位与会嘉宾，大家好。各位与会嘉宾，大家好。在会议开始前，为大家介绍本会议周边环境。在会议厅外左右侧皆有洗手间，请于会前先行使用。会议厅内禁止饮食，请各位共同维护会议厅内整洁。此外，为了保护您的健康，在室内建议佩戴口罩。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The conference will begin shortly. 各位与会嘉宾，大家好。本会议即将于5分钟后开始，请与会来宾尽速就座，并请您将手机调整为静音或关机模式，谢谢。如果需要使用 Wi-Fi 的账号密码在研讨会手册右下角。另外，本场次设有留言板，对演讲有问题，可以先在留言板上留言， Q&A 时间会进行讨论。专题演讲的简报有提供中文翻译版本，在研讨会手册第15页，谢谢。The conference will begin in 5 minutes. Please be seated and switch your mobile phone into silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation. The Wi-Fi name and password is on the lower right corner of the conference manual. There is a message board. If you have any questions for this roundtable discussion, you can leave messages on the message board. We will discuss them during Q&A session. Thank you. 研讨会即将开始，请与会来宾尽速就座，谢谢。研讨会正式开始，首先是专题演讲。本专题演讲主题为 Teacher Education, Embedded Field-Based Experiences and Social Justice, a Vision for the Future of Teacher Education. 本场次主持人为国立屏东大学教育学系杨志颖教授。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the conference. The topic for this keynote speech is Teacher Education, Embedded Field-Based Experiences and Social Justice, a Vision for the Future of Teacher Education. We would like to invite Dr. Yang from National Pingdong University as the moderator for this morning's session. Please welcome Dr. Yang.
It's my pleasure to welcome you attend the conference. I am Professor Yang from Pingdong University. I will be moderating the keynote speech. We are very honored to have the Professor Capital Lily with us. Professor is at Department of Instruction at the Teacher Education University of the South Carolina, and she holds administrative status Wisconsin University Medicine, and she 2020 she served as honorary chair professor at the National Tsinghua University, and she her research area include family literature in family, early child literacy, and learning to read and write. Today her share topic is teacher education in made fear-based imperials and social justice, a vision for future of teacher education. Currently, Taiwan teacher education emphasizes fear-based experience of the pre-service teacher. I think Professor Capitini speech will provide rich implication for teacher education in Taiwan. Without further ado, please give Professor Lily round applause.
Thank you. I'm very, very honored to be here. Thank you, Dr. Ling Chen. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm very honored to be here with all of you. I've met many new friends here in Taiwan, and I'm excited to see some of my old friends while I'm here as well. So thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I want to talk to you today about an issue that's very big in teacher education in the United States. And I know that in Taiwan, you're a very diverse country with many different languages. People from different countries come to Taiwan. You have new immigrant families here. There are many, many people from different backgrounds, indigenous families that we serve in Taiwan. So in the United States, we have a lot of diversity as well. We have children from many, many backgrounds. And in the United States, we have very good schools. We know how to teach. We know how to teach literacy. We know how to teach math. We know a lot about teaching and learning. What we don't do well in the United States is to help all children learn. We have some very, very good schools, and we have some very, very poor schools who don't have a lot of resources and are not well calibrated to teach different children. So one of the biggest challenges that we have in the United States is being able to teach all children. And because it's a challenge in our schools, it's also a challenge for teacher education. So what I want to talk about today is not just how we prepare teachers, but how do we prepare teachers to work with all children? And how do we prepare teachers to work for social justice to make our country and make our world a better place, where all kids have equal opportunities and all kids are learning. So I'm going to talk about a model for teacher education that we use at the University of South Carolina. Now, what we are doing in South Carolina is very, very special. It's not done all across the country. I think we have one of the best teacher education programs in the United States, and I hope someday you can all come visit us and see what we're doing. But I want to share with you some of the wonderful things that are going on. Because I think not only do they prepare teachers well, but again, they prepare teachers to teach all children from different backgrounds. So my premise, what am I going to talk about today? I'm going to argue that excellent teacher education requires a systemic approach. And what I mean by that is it's not just doing a good job in our teacher education classrooms. It's not just doing a good job as we write our syllabi or as we think about what we're doing with our pre-service teachers. I want to think about a systemic approach that involves multiple layers and of the process, and that involves lots of different people in lots of different places. So this systemic approach provides teacher candidates with extensive and high-quality experiences in schools and in classrooms as they prepare to become teachers. In teacher education, this means that we must center the educational that involve children in actual classroom experiences. So it's not just what they learn at the university. We need teacher education experiences that involve children and involve schools. And that's what I want to show you to you today, is one model for what that might look like. So Ken Zeichner identified indisputable problems facing university and college teacher education programs. He talked about the need to have an interface between schools and what we do at the university. He wanted pre-service teachers to be close to schools and be close to children. He didn't want a separation between those two things. And what that meant is now we have to conduct teacher education in the kinds of settings that teachers are going to end up in when they become teachers. So we don't want to separate university from schools. We want to be combined and to work across those spaces. To Zeichner, this meant strengthening the clinical components of teacher preparation by investing in the capacity of schools to become partners in how we prepare teachers. So we don't want schools to just be the places where we send our student teachers to practice. We want the teachers in the schools to be teacher educators and to work with us in working with our students. So they're going to be serving as mentors to our teachers just as we serve as mentors to this pre-service teachers. So Darlene Hammond also recognized the importance of practice-based experiences for pre-service teachers. She argued and she worried that the clinical side of teacher education had been haphazard, inconsistent. It wasn't always good. Some schools did it well, some schools didn't. Some students had good experiences. Some ended up with teachers who weren't necessarily prepared to mentor them in the ways they needed to be prepared. It depended on the idiosyncrasies of loosely selected placement. So this teacher would be placed in a school here, and then over here, and then over here. And sometimes it'd be good, sometimes it'd be bad. Sometimes it worked well, and sometimes it didn't. So what Darlene Hammond was worried about was how it was random. Sometimes worked well, and sometimes did not. And what she argued is that it was the university's responsibility to figure out how to make it more systemic, how to make it more intentional, and to make sure that those clinical experiences that teachers were having were effective and the very best possible. Zeichner agreed. He argued that historically very little success has been achieved in coordinating what's done in the course and the field components of teacher education programs. And that's what I think we at South Carolina have done very well, is we figured out one model. It's not a perfect model, and I'll talk to you about some of our limitations later on. But we have one model for schools and universities working together to create strong teacher education experiences. So I'm going to propose this model and share it with you today. It's multifaceted, it's systemic, and I think it does a fairly good job of preparing teachers, actually one of the best that I've seen. So in order to do this, and in order for it to be systemic, we've got to deal with different aspects of the teacher education experience. So I'm going to talk to you today about 4 dimensions that I think we've aligned around social justice education and around preparing teachers for equity and diversity teaching. So I'm going to talk to you about a professional development network. We call it a PDS. So these are professional development schools that have long-term relationships with our university. And I'm going to tell you more about it in a minute, but we have a really outstanding professional development school network. So that's one piece of the puzzle. Another piece is our elementary education program. I am in the elementary education program. I teach some of the literacy courses. And I work with my colleagues, the math teacher, the science teacher, the social study teacher. All of those professors work together. And we all do an embedded classroom model, which is what I'm going to talk about today. I'm also going to talk about one of our focal classrooms. And these are the classrooms in schools with children that we use to help prepare our pre-service teachers. So I'm going to bring you into a focal classroom and allow you to see a little bit of what happens in one of those classrooms. And then finally, I'm going to talk about our embedded methods courses. So these are the courses that we hold in schools. So they're university courses for pre-service teachers, but they happen in the school building. And while we're in the school building, we work with children and we work with teachers. And I'll show you how that works. So these are the 4 things I want to talk to you about today. And I want to remind you that this is the University of South Carolina, and we're very proud of what we do. So first, let me talk about the Professional Development School Network. For over 30 years, we have had a Professional Development School Network at the University of South Carolina. We are the oldest and largest professional school network in the country. So we're very proud that we've had these relationships with schools. And our network involves 24 active PDS schools. Some of them are elementary schools, some of them are middle schools, and some of them are high schools. I'm going to be talking about the elementary schools because that's where I work. We also have 2 professional development school districts where the whole district participates with us. So instead of individual schools, it's a whole school district. And what we've done is be able to foster vibrant partnerships that allow us to leverage expertise across the network. So the university professors share what they know with teachers in the school, but the teachers in the schools help us understand what it's like to be a teacher and what are the challenges that they're facing in their classroom. And when we understand it as professors, then we can help our students to understand and explore those issues as they become teachers. So we're learning from the teachers are learning from us, and the pre-service teachers are learning from all of us. The mission is to establish and maintain sandboxes. And we use that metaphor of sandbox to talk about how we're building things together. We're trying to figure it out as we go along, what it might look like, what experiences we need for children, what are the things that we want our pre-service teachers to be able to do and think about, and what problems do we want them to think through. So we work with our public school partners to collaboratively investigate things like student learning, professional development, clinical preparation, and think about best practices for teacher education. So the Professional Development School Network is a bunch of all of us, people from the schools and people from the university, who get together and think about these things and talk about these things. We also are affiliated with NAPDS, which is a national network of professional development schools. So we're doing this at our university, but we're also working with other universities and talking to researchers across the country about what professional development schools can look like and do. So what happens is, myself and all the other people in my area, we're all liaisons to professional development schools. So I work at Casey Elementary School. It's a large school. It has 1,200 children. It teaches children from age 6 to 11 are in this school. And I am there 1 day a week. So even though I'm a professor at the university, 1 day a week I'm at the school. And when I'm at the school, I do lots of different things. And I'll talk to you about those. I provide professional development. Sometimes I work with children, especially when there's children in classrooms who are having trouble learning to read. Sometimes I will sit with those children and work with those children for a few days, and then I'll go back and talk to the teacher about things that she could try with those children. Or she'll watch me teach, and then she'll get ideas. Or I'll watch her teach, and I'll share with her some ideas. So we do school-based professional development, in addition to sometimes I stand up in front of all the teachers and provide a PowerPoint or talk about a more traditional professional development session. But I do lots of things here. We work sometimes on research projects. If I'm conducting a research project and I want to work in a school, I can go to professional development school and they will support me as a space for my research. So we also have PDS meetings that occur across our network. So the University of South Carolina, as I said, has 24 different PDS schools. Both teachers and the university liaisons get together and we have meetings. And we talk together about things that are going well in our schools and things that aren't and things that we can learn from each other, and we share ideas. So this is one of the things that happens. At one of our recent meetings, teachers at one of our schools came and shared some work they were doing. And this work is important for what I'm going to describe. So one of our professors, Dr. Myers, she was working at a PDS school, and they did an audit of the school library. So what they did is they went into the library, and the teachers came too. So the PDS liaison university professor and a bunch of teachers go to the library, and they looked at all the books in the library. And they said, who's represented in our library collection? Do we have all the children there? Are there African American children? Are there boys and girls? Are there children from Spanish-speaking households? Are there indigenous children? Who's represented in our library collection? And when they looked at the library collection, they saw that not everybody was represented. So they went and they found books, and they ordered books, and they used some of their PDS money to buy books for their library collection. So this is an example of how university and school work together to make things better for children. But my point here is they shared this at a PDS meeting. So people from all 23 schools heard about this project. And other schools did the same thing in their school library. So what we see are these wonderful examples of collaboration that turn into change in schools. So I've been talking so far about our PDS network. And I want to move in and talk. So today I'm going to focus on pre-service teachers and how that happens through our PDS. Okay? So our PDS is also a tool for preparing teachers because we have relationships with schools and we have spaces where we can take our pre-service teachers and work with them with full support of the teachers in those schools and the principal in those schools. And we have a network of people that we can rely on to do that. So we actually teach our classes in the PDS schools. But first I want to tell you about our elementary education program. And these are myself and some of my colleagues. There's not too many of us in elementary, but we meet once a month, sometimes more, and we talk about what we're doing in education. We talk about what we do in our pre-service teaching classes as we prepare elementary teachers. And all of us are liaisons to a PDS school. So we all have a school. I have Casey Elementary. I'm there one day a year, one day a week. But Steve Thompson is at Killian Elementary one day a week. And each of us is at a different school. So we're working very closely with schools. And in each school, we work with different teachers, but we also have a special teacher. We have one teacher that we work with very closely. And we've chosen that teacher because she's wonderful. He or she does wonderful work with kids. And it's a teacher that we want our pre-service teachers to be able to watch and to see and to be able to learn from. So although we work with all the teachers in the school through PDS for our embedded classes, we have one or two teachers sometimes that we work with very, very closely. And we meet regularly, and we talk about what's happening in our classrooms and all the different things we're doing. We also look at our program organization. We talk about certification requirements and the tests that our students have to take. We look at our syllabi, and we do all the things that we regularly do in teacher education. But there's one more thing we spend some time on, and that is at every faculty meeting, every time the elementary program gets together, we read and we talk about a book. So this was a book that we were reading and talking about Is Everybody Equal? It was about equity and social justice. So every time the elementary ed department got together, we'd read a chapter and we'd talk about it. And when we were done with this book, we did another book. When we were done with that book, we did another book. Right now, we're reading a book about home, school, and community connections. So how teacher education can better serve communities and families. Because, as I'll show you later, that's one of the weaknesses in our program. That's one of the things we don't do as well as we need to. So we're continuously doing professional development for ourselves to help us to be better educators in our schools. Okay. So one of the things that we also do is to sustain this work, we act like badgers. Badgers bug each other. They're people who are always asking questions and pushing each other. So we don't let ourselves just get comfortable. We're always badgering each other. So we ask each other questions like, do our course activities reflect the experiences of the children in the schools? Are we helping our teacher candidates to be ready for the challenges they will face as novice teachers? Have we provided opportunities for thoughtful conversations and invite pre-service teachers to interrogate their own beliefs? We're constantly asking these questions and pushing ourselves. So that's one thing we do in that elementary ed group. We read books, but we also push each other to think about these questions. And this badgering is essential because sometimes when you're in teacher certification programs, you get caught up in all the procedural stuff, all of the certification requirements and the reports you have to write and the syllabi. All of that can distract you from really thinking about what's important for our teachers to understand. So by badgering each other and having a professional development experience together, we're constantly working to keep ourselves focused on what's really important. So now I want to take you into one of our focal classrooms. And this is a classroom that I think is a very exciting space. It's a third grade classroom, and it's taught by a teacher named Sarah. And she is an expert at doing culturally relevant pedagogy and culturally sustaining pedagogy. So she's very good about doing this with her class. So she teaches third grade. But when she's teaching third grade, our pre-service teachers come in and watch her. And we watch her teach her third grade students. So one day we came in, and she was teaching a book called Step, Stomp, Stride, Sojourner Truth Story. So this is a story about a very famous African-American activist and a gender and race activist here in the United States. And this is a children's book, so it's very easy for them to understand. So Sarah read the story, and as she finished the book, she paused, and without raising their hands or waiting, the children just started talking because they were used to reading books together. They were used to the teacher reading them books and then having really important conversations about the ideas in those books. So she reads the book, she stops, and the kids start talking. A white male student proclaimed, "Women can do anything." And a black female child announced, "I'm going to start stomping a lot more." And the teacher asked, "What are you going to start stomping about?" And the girl responded, she was going to stomp about women's rights and against the nonsense that the men in the books were saying. Another white male student reminded his class that it was only 99 years ago that women got the right to vote in the United States. So you can see this kind of conversation and how lovely it is. A black female student agreed that women were entitled to equal rights and proclaimed that the United States needed Hillary Clinton as our next president. In a wholehearted agreement with this statement, a female white student pounded her fist and emphasized, "We need a woman president." I know in Taiwan you have a woman president, but we don't. Her comment elicited a chorus of responses as the students agreed and disagreed and talked among each other. Sarah's student is soon interrupted because the kids were getting a little loud. So Sarah, the teacher, interrupted and says, "Now remember, you have to listen to each other because you all have important things to say." So she quiets them down a little bit. And then a black female student announced, "President Trump, I don't really like him because he wants to build a wall and because I don't think he really likes African American people." Her comment was followed by additional comments about the rights of men and women and about President Trump. The teacher ended without a summary, without a moral, without telling the kids what they had learned. She just ended, and she sent them all back to their seats and said, "Write about what you heard. Write about what you talked about. Write about the story." And the kids all went back and wrote. And after they wrote, they talked with each other about what they had heard and thought about. Now remember that if these children are having this conversation, our pre-service teachers are watching. So they're seeing really good instruction. And this is part of the magic of what happens in our embedded classes, which is what I'm going to talk about next. I'm going to talk about how we build these conversations into our teacher education program. So this is what it looks like. We have the children sitting on the carpet, and we call them small teachers because they're the teachers of all of us. They teach the pre-service teachers, but they're also teaching me, and they're teaching their teacher because we learn how to teach from the kids we're teaching. They show us what they need. They show us what they're interested in. They show us in what gets them excited. So the small teachers are there. The tall teachers, that's what we call our pre-service teachers, because they're taller than the kids, but they're also teaching the children, and they're also teaching me. So we have our tall teachers that are watching, and then at the front of the room is me and the classroom teacher. And what we do is for about 15 minutes, we do a mini lesson. So let me back up just a little bit. I forgot to tell you. We have class once a week in elementary school for the entire semester. So every single week, we are in the elementary school. We're there for 3 hours to do our class. For one of those hours, we come to the classroom with the children. So we have a room down the hall where we do our teacher education stuff. I teach educational theories, and I show them instructional strategies, and I show them, we talk about phonics, we talk about comprehension, and we talk about all the stuff you would teach in a literacy class down the hall. But then for 1 hour, we go to be with the children. And during that 1 hour, we start with 15 minutes, we do a mini lesson. And in that mini lesson, the classroom teacher had talked beforehand. And I say to her, well, what are you going to teach on Tuesday? And she says, well, I want to do descriptive language. And I want to have the kids add more description into their writing project. Okay. So then I come in on Tuesday, and I teach a mini lesson on descriptive language with the children. So I get to teach children, which is really, really fun. And sometimes the classroom teacher helps me. Sometimes the classroom teacher leads the lesson. But one of us teaches a lesson on descriptive language, or on comprehension, or on characterization, or on phonics. Something. We teach the children, and the students watch us teach. So I teach for 15 minutes, and then this happens. During each semester, the children, the small teachers, and the tall teachers have a partner. And they keep the same partner all semester long. So at the end of the semester, they write a paper about their student. They write about what their student learned. They write about what was hard for their student. They wrote about what's exciting for their student. They wrote about what's hard for them when they were trying to teach their student. And the children are from all different backgrounds. Some of them are African Americans, some of them are English learners, some of them are indigenous. They're from all different backgrounds. And the children have to get to know the students really well and learn a little bit about their background so that they can be good teachers of those children. So after we do the mini lesson, the tall teachers and the small teachers match up, and they work together on descriptive language. So whatever I taught in the mini lesson, they work one-on-one with the child to teach. Okay? Meanwhile, the classroom teacher and I, we're the red dots. We're going around and listening to all the different teachers. We go around and we listen and we say, oh, here's something you could try. Or, oh, I love how you did that. Or I take notes because I want to show the whole class what they did later. Or maybe I say to the teacher, this child's writing is really interesting. Before you come back to class, make a photocopy of it, and we'll talk about it in the classroom with the whole class. Right? So I'm going around and I'm talking to them. So they work with the children for about 35 minutes. And they help them with whatever task we did. So with descriptive language or comprehension or phonics or reading strategies, whatever it is, they work with the kids. And then we come back together. So now the children are back on the carpet. The tall teachers are standing around the room. And now we ask the children, we say, what happened today? What did you do with your tall teacher? And the kids raise their hand and they say, oh, we did this, or I changed my story and I added these words. So we have the kids talk about what they did for about 10 minutes. And then the tall teachers go back down the hall to the other classroom. We say goodbye to the children, and we go back down the hall, and we have our regular class. Now, the first thing they do is the tall teachers sit by themselves and write. Before they talk, we have a big conversation, I just have them get out their journals and write what happened. Write about your child. And then they get in small groups, and they talk to each other. And they tell each other what they wrote in their journal. So they tell each other what happened. And I'm walking around listening to them and joining in their conversations when it's useful. And then we have a large group conversation. So I might say, here's some writing a child did. What do you think of it? Or I have this tall teacher, I say, tell us what happened with your child today. Because your child did something really interesting. Tell the whole group. And we have a whole group discussion where the students, the tall teachers are talking to each other and they're talking to me. And we process some of the things that we saw when we worked with the children. So that's our embedded classroom model. Okay? That's what we do. And that's how we take the PDS space. So we've got the PDS network, schools with nice, strong connections to the school, and a school that I know well because I'm there once a week doing professional development and working with teachers. We have an elementary education program that is focused on diversity and equity and thinking about their own learning and trying to become a better program, better professors. And we have focal classrooms, these beautiful classrooms that we've chosen as really wonderful examples of what teaching can be. And then we have our embedded courses that I just talked about, how we can draw on those really capable teachers to be excellent examples for our students. But now I want to turn and listen to the voices of some of our pre-service teachers, and then I'm going to have you listen to the voices of some of the classroom teachers that we work with. And finally, I'm going to have you listen to some of the voices of teachers we do not work with, and how their voices are a little different than what we hear from the teachers we do work with. So first, here's our tall teachers. One of our tall teachers says, I'm actually matched up with an English language learning student who spoke mostly Spanish, and it's natural for me to be frustrated. But if I show frustration, what does that mean for the child? How is that going to affect what I teach him? And how is that going to affect his entire educational progression? With Felipe, we just kind of learned about him. So this was a student who got matched up with a child who spoke no English. And at first he was very frustrated because he didn't know how to teach a child who didn't speak English. But as we went through the embedded classes, I spent a lot of time with this dyad, with this student and this pre-service teacher, modeling things, showing them ideas. So when they were working with each other, I would often come by and help that student out because it's a challenge to work with kids who don't speak your language. Another classroom teacher says, another of our pre-service teachers says, in Dr. Compton-Lilly's literacy class, my small teacher, James, the one I'm working with, is one that struggles a lot. He has some sort of learning disability. So I've actually gotten firsthand experience and strategies to teach students who are on like super different levels. So I definitely feel like this semester especially has prepared me for that more so than ever. So they're with different students. One's with an ELL student. One's with a kid with learning disability. One's with a child who has behavior issues, right? Who has a hard time behaving in school. But they're each having their own experience, but they come back together and talk about those experiences and learn from each other. So, and the other thing to remember is they're an embedded class for literacy, but they're also an embedded class for math and science and social studies. So they're in 4 different schools as they go through their program, and this is in addition to the traditional clinical experiences. So they also have regular clinical practicum experiences where they are in schools in working with one teacher a couple times a week. So they're in schools a lot. Randy talks about, she says, I feel confident in my ability to teach culturally diverse students, especially because at least the schools that I've been in South Carolina, they're very different than the schools that I grew up in here. So that's been a huge eye-opening experience. One of our challenges is that many of our students at the University of South Carolina are white women who grew up in higher socioeconomic communities. So they went to well-resourced schools with other white children. They didn't have a lot of experiences with people from different backgrounds. So one of the things we have to do is to help our pre-service teachers learn about different communities and different children and learn to appreciate all the things that those children bring. David says, I will say that being able to be in so many different schools and around so many different people helped me become more comfortable in just talking to different groups of people in general. But now I feel like I could walk into any classroom and feel comfortable around the kids, at least after a little while of being there, you know. So it takes away the jitters. Now I want to share some of the voices of practicing teachers. And I'm going to start with teachers that we work with that are the cooperating teachers, like Sarah, that we work with. So Ms. Wiggins said, you can read a lot of things and then you can try things that other people have tried, but until you get in there and work with the kids, you won't really learn. Another teacher says, you can learn strategies, but you will not be successful until you actually figure out what works for you and what works for the kids. And that's what we're doing in the embedded classes. Ms. Moore says, seeing a variety of kids in a variety of schools really helped me. She was one of our alumni. it helped me to open my eyes on how different it is at all the different schools and the relationships between teachers and students. I think that right there definitely helped me out the most. And Ms. Minley says, you could get to see different grade levels, different schools, different communities, and different social statuses. I think that was the biggest eye-opener for me. Here's one of our recent graduates. She had just graduated from our program. She said, we did certain activities with our students that I'm seeing that I'm already doing with my students. The things she learned in our class, she was able to do directly with her kids the first year teaching, like Q analysis and those types of assessments. So that was very helpful that we did things that would prepare us for actual teaching. Ms. Heller says, maybe even understanding the different ways that people think and view education or think and view raising children would have been helpful. So here is where we had to be self-reflective. Because here Ms. Heller is telling us something we did not do well in her experiences. Now remember I told you that we were reading a book about home and school community and how to better connect with community. Ms. Minley is one of the reasons we're reading that book. Ms. Heller is one of the reasons we're reading that book. And that is because our students told us when we went back and interviewed them that they needed more information about families and communities, and we weren't doing enough. So here's what she wrote. I mean, I grew up in a white suburban community, so it was definitely culture shock for me at first. And Ms. Soren says, not being culturally relevant, this was a whole new world for me. I initially taught in an all African-American school, so I got initiated by fire. So here we're hearing people saying, I need to know more about communities. For some students, they learned a lot, and they were very comfortable going into diverse schools. For others, especially when we thought about the community aspect, and when we thought about working with families, they were still nervous. Because we did a lot of work with the pre-service teachers working with the children, but we didn't do as much with them working with the families. So right now we're reading a book and talking about that book and making changes in our program so it can be more connected to school, to communities and families. Okay. So I'm going to end with a few voices of teachers who were not in our program. We did the same interviews with teachers from our program and teachers not from our program. And here's what teachers who went to other programs said. It seems to me that there's a disconnect at times because the college instructors are focusing so much on what the theory says versus how to implement. As Ms. McQuincy says, I had to ask other teachers. That's what kind of built my knowledge, then trial and error and looking up research, but I don't remember getting much of that from being in college. It was just something I had to learn on my own. And another teacher noted the importance of knowing how to handle different situations when they arrive and what behaviors to address and what not to address. So these were teachers who did not feel they got enough experiences with children in their pre-service program. So what I've talked about today is our PBS network, which creates the space for us to do the next 3 layers of our systemic work. I talked about our elementary education program and some of the things we do as colleagues to keep each other on track and to keep improving what we're doing. I talked about our focal classroom and with the great examples of culturally relevant and culturally responsive pedagogies that we saw in those spaces. And I talked about our embedded literacy courses and what those look like. But I have a couple caveats, a couple warnings, things to be careful of. First, scholars have argued against unguided school experiences. So it's not just taking students and putting them in schools. One of the magical things about what we do is I'm in the school with them. I don't just send them out for their clinical practicum and they're there by themselves. I go into the classroom with them and I walk around and I see what's happening. And sometimes I go back to our classroom and I talk about something that didn't go well or something that could have been different or give people suggestions on other ways to handle situations. We're just not letting anything happen, right? And we're choosing teachers that are very, very good as models. So when field experiences are carefully coordinated with coursework and carefully mentored, teacher educators are better able to accomplish their goals in preparing teachers to successfully enact these complex teaching practices. It's not simple. There's so much that goes on when we learn to teach. Another caveat, Darlene Hammond argued, teacher educators must help prospective teachers to understand deeply a wide range of things about learning, social and cultural contexts in teaching, and be able to enact these understandings in complex classrooms serving increasingly diverse students. So it's not just, again, being in the classroom. It's not just doing a mini lesson and having them practice. It's talking about the students and who they are and how, what it means to teach an ELL student or what it means to teach a student with a special education background, and using those examples as learning experiences for everyone in the class. Darling Hammond's goal was for novice teachers to be able to understand and respond to the dense and multifaceted nature of the classroom, juggling multiple academic and social goals, requiring trade-offs from moment to moment, day to day. Thus, extensive clinical work, intense supervision, expert modeling of practices, and diverse students are critical to allowing candidates to learn to practice and practice with students who call for serious teaching skills. And this is what we're trying to provide our students. So thank you so much for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions.
现在是 Q&A 时间，会由陈雅玲主任协助翻译。Now it is Q&A session. Director Chen will assist with translation service.
Thank you for Professor Captain Lily speech. I think your speech. I think there are three main points. One is what's the compatibility to the pre-service teacher? I think 他提到那个 leadership and practical competency. 我觉得这件事跟我们台湾目前的一个教师专业素养是非常类似的哈。那第二个 how to culture pre-service Professor Lily 特别提到一个PDS， 那除了是 PDS， 我特别关心 PDS net 是不是就是 important？ 最后一个就是他提到 embed the leadership master course。我们的师资培育课到底要成什么长相是什么？那他特别提到 educator the role is important。我稍微归纳这三个重点。Now is a Q&A time. When you ask a question, please raise your hand and tell your university and your name. Who is the star? 也可以用中文，现场有翻译。
对，那个留言板上面有没有问题的？有没有？没有。好，那现场有没有问题？你可以用中文问，我们帮你翻译给那个 Catherine。有没有？没有。好，来。
那个后面有一个麦克风。
Lily, your speaking is so clear that we can understand your silent speech. And as I know, the American meet the cultural world. Your topic to promote the social justice, but who's justice? Who's justice? So would you mind providing some experience that you promote this plan, but meet some challenges? Meet some different groups, such as political or religious, that challenge your question your position. Would you mind provide some details? Yeah.
Are you talk more about social justice in the different groups we work with? Oh, yes. Okay, very good. Yes, social justice is a term that's used widely and differently in different spaces in the United States. I am thinking about social justice in the sense that schools serve some children very well in the United States. So in general, school curriculum, school practices, and school funding tends to privilege children from some backgrounds and not others. So for example, white, middle class, and wealthy children in the United States attend very, very good schools and have teachers who are well prepared to teach them. However, other children who may attend schools that are less well funded and may have less well-prepared teachers, and schools of education may not always be preparing teachers well to serve children from different backgrounds. So to me, the social justice issue that we're talking about here is how do we prepare teachers to be able to serve all children so that schools are just places? So schools are places that no matter what school your child goes to, that they're going to have a teacher who respects them, respects their family, and can use their skills of observation and interaction to be able to create curriculum and to create instructional practices that'll help all children learn. And in the United States, that is not always the case. So I'm thinking about social justice in the sense that we want to make schools just spaces for all children. Excellent question.
OK， 好，那简院长问了一个很好的问题，他其实刚刚 Catherine 他在讲，就是说很重要的就是在美国，我们有很多多元族群、多元经济背景的孩子。对，那简院长问的是说是谁的社会公平 （social justice）？ 好，那刚刚 Catherine 回答说，其实他们这个就是师资培育，其实就是希望培育这个老师，不管面对什么样族群、什么样社经地位的背景的孩子，他都有办法去应付那一些问题。好，那其实我刚刚听了Catherine 的演讲，他其实最棒的是在讲专业发展学校如何跟师资培育机构合作。对，那他会觉得说一般来说我们比较优势背景的孩子，不管是家庭背景、社经地位背景也好，那他们都有比较好的学校、比较好的资源。那对于那些比较弱势的孩子哈，那不管是族群也好，然后社经地位背景也好，这些孩子他都没有办法受到比较好的一个资源跟教育。对，那他们是希望他们经由这个师资培育系统出来的老师，不管走到哪样的学校，他都有办法应付多元的一个问题，好，跟协助解决。其实我刚刚听的时候，里面有一个让我很感动的是，他们教授每个礼拜要进去学校一次，对，然后要很密集的跟老师合作，对，然后甚至如果他遇到学生有些什么特别的问题，他是可以 modeling how to solve the problem， 就是他能够示范给那些师资生说是怎么样去协助这个孩子，然后他们有很多的对谈跟讨论，我觉得这也是我们台湾师资培育系统可以学习的地方。好，谢谢。
那现在颁发感谢状。好。
时间到，好 ，sorry， thank you for your attendant and thanks for Professor Lily. My university in order to thank to you and so this can say 感谢状。
The certificate is awarded to Dr. Compton Lily in appreciation of her contributions to teaching. Okay. 现在颁发主持人杨志颖教授的感谢状。让我们再次用热烈的掌声谢谢主持人杨志颖教授。让我们再次用热烈的掌声谢谢他们。Thank you very much, Dr. Compton Lily and Dr. Young, for the incisive speech, and thank you, Director Chen. 接下来是中场休息时间20分钟，会议厅外左右侧皆有洗手间，并请各位来宾于10点10分准时回到会场，谢谢。接下来会有专题演讲3。We now have a 20-minute break. Please come back at 10:10. The conference will resume by then. We will have keynote speech 3. Thank you. 位嘉宾大家好，专题演讲即将于5分钟后开始。本场次设有留言板，对演讲有问题可以先在留言板上留言， Q&A 时间会进行讨论。留言板可以留中文哦，所以欢迎大家踊跃留言。这是很难得的机会，欢迎大家踊跃留言。专题演讲的简报有提供中文翻译版本，在研讨会手册第15页。The keynote speech will begin in 5 minutes. There is a message board. If you have any questions for this keynote speech, you can leave messages on the message board. We will discuss them during Q&A session. Thank you.提醒您，待会中午用餐时间，请持餐券贴纸向工作人员领取便当。那用餐地点在503、504、505 3间教室，在对面。好，谢谢。各位与会嘉宾大家好，本专题演讲即将于1分钟后开始，请与会嘉宾尽速就座。The keynote speech is about to start. 本专题演讲主题为 Teacher Education in Singapore, Looking Back, Looking Ahead. 本场次主持人为文藻外语大学师资培育中心蔡清华讲座教授。Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The topic for this coming session is Teacher Education in Singapore, Looking Back, Looking Ahead. We would like to invite Dr. Tai from Wenzhou Earthling University of Languages as the moderator. Please welcome Dr. Tai.
Thank you for your introduction. Professor Dan, Ying Tai, and ladies and gentlemen at this hall, good morning. My name is Qinghua Cai. I should pronounce slowly because if I say fast, that means Qinghua Cai. That would be similar to broccoli in Chinese. So every time I mention my name, I pronounce it slowly. Yeah. I'm very honored to have this chance to chair this session, especially from my personal meaning that actually Professor Tan is my elder classmate in SUNY Buffalo 30 years ago, but we never met before. But my advisor, we have the same advisor. He mentioned Jason all the time in his class, and mentioned very good things about his academic achievements. But unfortunately, when I returned to Taiwan, I never had the chance to. Even I attend many international conferences, but never had the chance to meet you. So I'm very excited to be here today to chair this session and to meet my elder classmates. And the topic today, I think, must be very interesting for all of you because Singapore, as you may know, that has been Taiwan's teammate even in economic progress in Asia or even in international market. And we always know that Singapore is very famous for its the policy focusing on the efficiency, how to allocate their limited resources in education effectively. And today, Professor Tan would talk about how Singapore government to develop or to change, to reform their teacher education effectively along their national development process. And this is also the sessions of Taiwan's government has faced. Having been the Deputy Minister of Education 10 years ago, I also supervising the Department of Teacher Education and get involved in some reforms of the teacher education in Taiwan in recent years. So I'm very I anticipate very much to hear Professor Tan's presentation. So let's welcome Professor Tan.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Professor Chai, for that very kind introduction. Yeah, thank you. And thank you also to Professor Chen and her team here at National Ping Tung University for inviting me to speak here today. I am going to be talking about imagining the future of teacher education in Singapore. So as you can see from the word imagining, it's only my own imagining. And it's Hello? Okay, good. Okay, so let me start again. What did I say just now? Okay, that's the trouble. Yeah, thank you for the kind invitation to be here today. And if you look at my topic there, imagining the future of teacher education in Singapore, the first thing I want to say is, if you look at the word imagining, it's purely my own imagination. Yes, so you don't have to believe anything that I'm telling you. Yeah, teacher education, what does that mean? It's not only about pre-service teacher preparation, it can also include in-service teacher courses. It can also include master's, PhD courses, and quite a lot of other things. And you can see the choice of the word education, so it's not teacher training. So that's another interesting choice of words. It's not training, but it's education instead. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be talking about taking us all on a historical journey through over 100 years, I think. And then I'm going to be trying to show you some of the major changes in teacher education in Singapore, roughly speaking, from a very disorganized system, no common focus, to one that was heavily controlled by the Ministry of Education, and then to one that was housed within a university. And then now what's happening is I'm going to be taking us to the present to show some of the tensions that are happening as teacher of education faces the future. Okay. Housed within a university, but yet having to serve the needs of the Singapore Ministry of Education. Okay, so that's pretty much what I'm going to be talking about. And I'm talking as a former school teacher, someone who went through teacher of education in Singapore and who studied abroad and who has now returned to Singapore to work in teacher of education. Okay, first of all, I shouldn't assume that most of you are familiar with the historical details of Singapore, even though it's quite close by. It's an interesting country. Let's see. Okay, so Singapore, of course, as you know, has a very small land size. You can travel from east to west in 1 hour. If the traffic is good, you can do it in 45 minutes. So that's how small the country is. Relatively small schooling sector, that maybe means that there are fewer problems, say, compared to Taiwan. Okay? Okay, so we are talking about in the state sector schools, year 1 to year 12, not even 500,000 students. Isn't that easy to manage compared to Taiwan? Yes, very cozy. Not even 32,000 public sector teachers. Yeah. Very small numbers we are dealing with in Singapore. And then state-controlled schools, not even 350 2 years ago. So it's a very cozy kind of system. And you would think when you look at these sorts of figures, oh, it must be relatively easier to control this sort of a small school system compared to the school systems in much larger countries. Okay, so one big feature of Singapore is relatively centralized policy making. So there's one Ministry of Education that controls all of this. And once again, you would think that if you can travel from east to west in 1 hour or less, that means that no school can escape from the Ministry of Education. Yes, unlike in bigger countries where you can be thousands of kilometers away from the Ministry of Education, nobody knows what you are doing in the school. So in Singapore, because of the small size of the place, it's hard for anyone to escape from the Ministry of Education. Okay. So what I'm saying is, in Singapore, we have a very dominant state role in terms of 3 aspects: providing education, financing education, and also regulating the schools. Okay, so that's pretty much the main background context factors. And of course, for a country that size, until today, there's still only one teacher of education institute, yeah, which is the one that I work in. Okay, I think before we start to imagine the future, it's more important to try and understand the past as well. Otherwise, you don't know where you are going towards if you don't better understand the past. So and also the present. So I want to take us through a very quick journey, historical journey, this history of teacher education in Singapore. And once again, I don't assume that most of you are familiar with all of the details, so I have to try and explain some of the details to you. So before 1950, what does that mean? Scattered provision of teacher education, and secondly, a largely incoherent colonial government policy. I think you know probably that the British controlled Singapore from 1819 to probably 1963, probably. Yeah. So that's 144 years. Okay. So during that period, what do I mean by a very incoherent colonial government policy? It's correct to say that the British colonial government didn't really place much importance on educating the local population, because and this was also the case in many other British colonies around the world. What's the point of educating most of the local population anyway? So very few students could go to school for much of that period. And there was hardly any provision of teacher education. Definitely nothing deliberately and systematically organized by the British colonial government. Well, let me show you some examples. Oh yeah, so to understand this first point, I also must tell you about how incoherent the colonial government policy was in terms of medium of instruction policy. So for over 100 years, Singapore has had 4 main teaching languages in its schools. So it's a very incoherent system. English, the Chinese language, the Malay language, and fourthly, the Tamil language. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And all of these 4 languages that I have just mentioned are currently official languages in Singapore. So what you need to know is that there were 4 parallel systems of schooling in Singapore for many years. Okay? And the syllabuses were different, the teacher qualifications were different, the salaries were different. Actually, everything was different. So that's what I mean by incoherent. Okay. So for the Malay medium schools, the schools where teaching and learning went on in the Malay language, there was this Malay training college, which, as you can see, was only meant to help the Malay medium schools. And it didn't last very long. Yeah? Because, of course, the colonial government didn't bother with funding or help or anything. Okay. So it died off pretty quickly. Okay. Teacher education at the Raffles Institution. So the Raffles Institution is the oldest English medium school in Singapore. And it ran teacher education in the early 20th century. But once again, it wasn't as a result of British colonial government policy. And it's not systematic at all. So there's no proper certificates, no proper syllabus, and so on. Okay. And as I said, Raffles Institution was an English medium school. Then Chinese medium schools. Once again, a few schools offered what you use in Taiwan, the word normal to denote teacher education. So there were a few such efforts in the early 20th century. And you will notice that I mentioned just now, there are 4 language media. Yes, English, Chinese, Malay, Tamil. You can see there's only 3 mentioned here. In other words, for Tamil medium schools, there's no teacher education provided at all. Okay, what's Raffles College? What's Raffles College? Raffles College was founded, as you can see, in 1928, and it was a university set up by the British colonial government. Okay, and it offered no degrees, only diplomas. Okay, so diplomas in science or in the arts. So no specific teaching qualifications were offered. So the idea was you went there, then if you got a diploma, you could choose to become a school teacher. But once again, this college was only for English medium teachers. Okay. And then University of Malaya, which started in 1949. So once again, no real teaching qualifications. It's just you got your bachelor's degree. If you want to become a teacher, then out you go, but no proper teaching courses at all. Okay, so I'll give you a while to look at all this incoherence. Okay, so I said before 1950, then the period after World War II, 1945 onwards, was a period when British colonial influence started to come under serious threat around the world. Because now people in the various British colonies realized that the British weren't as powerful as they had pretended to be. Yes, their empire crashed in Southeast Asia very quickly. So there were all movements for political independence in many of the British colonies. So the British thought, okay, we have to start moving towards political independence. And that means that we must pay some attention to education for the local population. So if you want to expand education for the local population, finally, you also have to think about teacher education. Okay, so what's this about? The Teachers Training College, which you can see at the top of the screen, that was set up by the British colonial government in 1950. So that's the first attempt, systematic government attempt to venture into teacher education. And you can see here, the intention was to target pre-service certificate programs for primary school teachers. So no interest in secondary schools at all at this stage, only for primary schools. And no bachelor's degrees at all, yes? So this college also started offering in-service courses for teachers. The interesting thing I want to tell you about is this was the first attempt to formalize teacher education and by the setting up of this college. And also, secondly, it was a Ministry of Education department. So it's very clear power, lines of power. Okay, then at the same time that this institute was running, 3 different universities. I won't go into the history of all these universities because it will bore all of you, I think. But just to let you know, because there's a lot of politics involved. Okay, just to let you know, these various universities had teaching diploma programs for university graduates. Okay, so the idea was, what I'm trying to tell you is, there's this very clear division of labor. Okay, for secondary schools, we've got university graduates going for postgraduate teaching diplomas. Then for primary schools, there's no need to have a university degree. And you only end up with a certificate, not a postgraduate diploma. So that's why I'm showing you this. Okay. So, if we fast forward 20 years or so, from 1950, what happened was those three universities that I mentioned here, totally stopped offering education programs. 0. So it became the teachers training college. That was the sole teacher education institution in 1971. That's about 52 years ago. So 2 years later, the government changed its mind again. Okay, it doesn't need to become a Ministry of Education department. We will make it a statutory board. Just in case you're not familiar with this term, statutory board means you are semi-independent of the government. So you're not totally under the government, but you're not totally independent either. Okay. So the Institute of Education in 1973. So what have I been telling you about so far? From a totally disorganized, incoherent system prior to 1950, now we've got the first attempts to institutionalize teacher education. Then just over 20 or so years, we've got two different teacher training institutions, the Teachers Training College and the Institute of Education. Okay, so important, the Institute of Education, besides offering pre-service courses, it also offered in-service courses, and it started in the 1980s to offer master's and doctoral degrees. Yeah. Master's and doctoral degrees, as well as initiating educational research. So that's the first systematic attempts at educational research in Singapore in the 1970s, sorry, in the 1970s. Okay, so Singapore is a place that is famous for reform. So I'm trying to make the story simple by cutting a lot of the details out. Okay. So this is where I work, the National Institute of Education, which was set up in 1991. That's 32 years ago. Okay, so along the way, now we are still at the stage of the Institute of Education, yes? Just to remind you. Okay. The Ministry of the Institute of Education thought, oh, let's have a separate college for physical education teachers. 1984. But once again, this wasn't at the degree level. This was a diploma. Okay, then mid-1980s, programs for school principals and department heads. So somebody had the idea, why don't we try and better prepare school principals and department heads? So mid-1980s. So these were just diplomas, not degree qualifications. Okay, so 1991, the two institutions merged, and then they became the National Institute of Education. I hope I'm not boring you with all these tedious details. Yeah. Okay. So the National Institute of Education, the interesting thing to point out here is it became part of a new university called the Nanyang Technological University. Okay. So, interesting things to take note of here. The first time that a university started offering bachelor's degrees in education in Singapore. Okay. Why is this significant? Because at the same time, postgraduate diploma program in primary education for university graduates. Okay, remember I told you just now, the earlier thinking was if you are going to become a primary school teacher, you don't need a university degree. Yes? Okay, so that thinking only started to change, you can see, about 30 years ago. So the thinking started changing. Oh, for primary school teaching, you need a degree as well. That's interesting. Okay, so this move in 1991 represented what some academics have called the universitization of education. Very long word. That means that teacher education now became part of the university landscape instead of being a separate kind of teacher education undertaking. Important points to note. A very big boost to the status of primary school teaching in general in Singapore. So now, because for many decades, primary school teaching had been less respected compared to secondary school teaching. Obviously, because of the different educational qualifications and, of course, different salaries. So things began to change only in 1990, 1991. So very big change over the past 30 years in the profile of Singapore teachers' qualifications. So it used to be for many years in Singapore that hardly any primary school teachers had a bachelor's degree. And that has changed now. Now, I think it's over 80% of primary school teachers who have a university degree, over 30 years of change. Another change that took place in Singapore, this started in 1996. So in other words, if you sign up to become a school teacher in Singapore and you come to the National Institute of Education for your courses, you get paid full Ministry of Education salaries. Now that sounds very attractive. So in other words, while you are doing your teacher preparation at the National Institute of Education, you are already considered a full-time Ministry of Education employee. I beg your pardon? Yes. Or if you are doing your postgraduate diploma, which is 16 months long. Yeah. So that's very attractive, yes? So that was started in 1996. You get your full salary, you also get your full employee benefits like Provident Fund, medical benefits, and so on. And this was also a period where the Ministry of Education began advertising to individuals who had been working in other jobs and said, you can come and join teaching too. And we will give you extra salary to take into consideration your years of working experience in other jobs. So quite a big period that was when I first joined after finishing my PhD. Okay, what's this term about? Contract teaching. This began in the late 1990s. And the idea is, let's say you are interested in primary or secondary school teaching. Before you are sent to the National Institute of Education for your courses, the Ministry of Education will first post you to schools with salaries. So the idea is you get posted for 6 months to 1 year. And the idea is if you like it, then you can stay on. If you don't like it, then you say goodbye and everyone's still happy. Okay? Yeah. So the idea is to let you try out school teaching for 6 months to 1 year, see if you like it. And of course, one problem with this is when I ask my students what happens during this contract teaching period, they all say the same thing to me. It's a very frightening period for me. They always say, I say, why? Because no one is guiding me at all. I'm there. Then I say, don't the school teachers take care of you? Then they say, they want to say no, but they want to say it politely. Yeah. So, okay. So they always say it's a very scary period because it's not really part of any teaching program. Yeah. So it's a kind of strange period for them. They can try it out in schools to see if they like what's going on, but at the same time, no one's really guiding them in a systematic way. And they don't get any help at all with pedagogy, with classroom management, with all the other things that teachers need to do. Okay, then during this period, there was a very fast-paced setting up of many research centers. And that was, I think, partly because the National Institute of Education was now part of a university. So part of the process of becoming a university is you have to behave like other programs in a university and have research, aggressive research efforts and research centers. Okay, so what's next for teacher education in Singapore? Declining enrollments. And you can see that the enrollments, these are pre-service enrollments. They have declined tremendously. So that's worrying for me because I don't know if I can get paid. because the funding, as you know, probably is the same in Taiwan, is based on per student. So if your enrollment drops, you can see, by 3/4, that means the Ministry of Education funding also drops by, per capita funding drops by 3/4. Very frightening. So I have to work hard by flying to Taiwan here to show that I'm still active. So declining enrollments, quite a lot. And why are the enrollments declining? Well, you can imagine, because like in Taiwan, Singapore is facing this huge problem of declining birth rates. So in other words, the Ministry of Education is saying we don't need so many schools anymore. And of course, not so many teachers anymore. Yeah? So that's something worrying to think about. And another interesting trend over the last decade is fewer and fewer non-university graduates are coming for the pre-service programs. Nearly everyone who comes for pre-service programs now already has a bachelor's degree. This is part of the Ministry of Education's policy to try and reduce the number of teachers who do not have a degree qualification. Okay, another big trend now is a growing Ministry of Education role in-service teacher education. So it used to be that the Institute of Education and then the National Institute of Education played a very leading role in in-service education. And that's begun to change now. Why is that? Because the Ministry of Education over the last 2 decades has begun playing a much more active role in-service teacher education. For example, a teachers network. This is basically a teachers network for in-service teachers for professional learning, exchanging of ideas. And it was set up over 25 years ago. Then, teacher work attachment program. This is like a sabbatical program for teachers to refresh themselves. So you get out of school for a few months and you still get your full pay and you can get attached to other industries besides education so that you come back with new ideas. Okay. Then every school in Singapore has this post called school staff developer. So this person is in charge of in-service teachers' career professional development. So what I'm trying to show you here is, one more time, growing Ministry of Education role instead of the almost solo role that the teacher education institution used to play. Okay. Then every school in Singapore now has professional learning communities since 2009. Yeah, so they're all in-house and they use action research. So I think yesterday one of the Taiwan professors mentioned that action research within Taiwan schools. And then Academy of Singapore Teachers. So this academy replaced the Teachers Network. So it runs so many in-service courses for teachers. Skills Future for Educators. What's this about? Skills Future for Educators. In 2015, the Singapore government launched this nationwide movement for lifelong learning for adults in the workforce. It's called Skills Future. It was launched in 2015. Then the Ministry of Education, 5 years later, launched Skills Future for Educators. In other words, it's a professional development pathway from the time you start your teacher education at the National Institute of Education, and all the way over the course of your teaching career. And most of it will be conducted, most of the courses will be conducted by the Academy of Singapore Teachers. So why am I showing you this? In other words, now the Ministry of Education's thinking about the role of the Teacher Education Institute has been changing over time. And the ministry itself wants to play the major role in service teacher education. Okay. Then further changes over the last 5 years or so. the Ministry of Education has started sending its staff to directly teach more and more and more of the courses. So that's interesting because they are doing that as extra work on top of their existing work in the Ministry of Education. They don't get extra pay for that. So now, in other words, you can see the boundaries between the ministry and the National Institute of Education are blurring. Okay, the relationship between the National Institute of Education and the Ministry of Education, the 3P model. Policies, practice, preparation. What is this about? This is not my thinking. I've got hold of this from one of my colleagues. The Ministry of Education is the lead agency determining policies. So the relationship is very obvious. Yeah? The Ministry of Education is in charge. Then schools are the key. And then thirdly, the National Institute of Education has to come up with relevant teacher preparation programs. So this is the 3P relationship. Now, what's interesting here is that you can see in this 3P model, the National Institute of Education is placed in a very reactive position. Yes? Because it has to always respond to whatever the Ministry of Education says and wants, instead of being proactive and coming up with new ideas to suggest to the Ministry of Education. Okay, another interesting relationship is this one between the National Institute of Education, the Ministry of Education, and the university, because the institute is part of the Nanyang Technological University. So what's the problem with that? Well, a very big problem is, of course, different institutional values. What do I mean by that? For example, the institute is caught in between the Ministry of Education and the university, because of course a university like yours is very interested in research, winning awards for research, and so on. Yeah, a lot of theory development. Whereas, as you can imagine, the Ministry of Education is not interested in theories. They're very focused on practice. What can work in the schools? What can work in the schools? Don't just keep on talking about all your frameworks and diagrams and all those things which are useless for the schools. Who is the boss? Yes, thank you. Yes. So that's an interesting problem. Who's the boss? So I've pointed out three what do you call that? I beg your pardon. I pointed out two three-way relationships in this slide. Yeah. So question mark. This of course flows on well with what Kathy was saying. Sorry about that. What Kathy was saying just now. A greater role for schools in pre-service preparation, since not many teachers like to hear about theories. They're very focused on what's going to work. So could it be that there's a greater role for schools in pre-service preparation, especially since the Ministry of Education has already been moving in the direction of the Ministry of Education taking more and more responsibility for in-service preparation. But of course, one interesting thing to note is that the Ministry of Education is not authorized to offer masters and PhDs. Only a university can do that. So that's one I think barrier to the Ministry of Education taking over completely. Okay. Meanwhile, as part of the $1 billion international education market, which is of course affecting Taiwan as well, many other universities have come into the picture to offer postgraduate degrees. So we have quite a few British and Australian universities who have set up small collaborations in Singapore to offer masters and PhD degrees. Okay. In other words, there's growing competition for the National Institute of Education. Then one big gap, all these years, there's no degrees at all in early childhood education. None at all. So what has happened is some of these foreign providers have come into Singapore, set up a small little campus and started offering bachelor's degrees in early childhood education. Then the same thing, special education, no one has bothered at the National Institute of Education to offer bachelor's degrees. So the same situation has resulted. Quite a few foreign providers have come into Singapore to fill the gaps. This, I don't know what your situation is in Taiwan. The inadequacy of pre-service programs in the face of the diversification of Singapore's education system. So one problem is that, of course, the Singapore government is well known, and I said just now, for aggressive education reform in the schools. So the school system has changed so much since I went to school that I can't recognize it anymore. So many different kinds of schools and programs and pathways for students to choose. But of course, teacher education programs cannot keep up with all these changes. In other words, how can the teacher education courses and programs prepare students to teach in such a great diversity of schools out there, instead of offering a one-size-fits-all kind of program? And then, okay, my final bullet point. So I have talked about what the previous state of disorganization and informal provision, how that has changed to the formalization of teacher education provision. Then I've also talked about the movement from multiple providers to one provider in 1950. But at the same time, I've also highlighted to you in my last few slides how that one provider situation is starting to change now. And the National Institute of Education can no longer assume that it has a monopoly on the provision of courses and programs. So what's next? I'm not going to answer that question. Yeah. So, but it's worth thinking about. Okay, thank you very much. 非常感谢大家。
好，现在
Thank you, Professor Dan, for your insightful and very reference presentation for us. Especially, I know there are many educators in these rooms, and as you had mentioned that the development of Singapore teacher education systems has a few similarity with our development in Taiwan. For example, before 1994, our teacher education was monopolized by 12 institutions of higher education. 3 focus on preparing secondary education teachers, and 9 preparing for elementary school teachers. But after the year, increased to about 80 university can prepare teachers, but now squeezed to 49. So far, we have 49 universities out of 150 universities in Taiwan prepare teachers. So yeah, the market decide whether they want to continue preparing their teachers because of the low fertilities. So I think that we have many things that we can learn from each other. Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. And then we are open for your questions. please raise your hand and tell your affiliations if you want to raise your questions, please.
教授其实听得懂中文，所以你如果用中文问也可以。那有没有提问的？留言板有吗？好，好，行。那个旁边有麦克风，拔起来，然后按钮按下去，好，没关系，你这样讲我们也听得到。
就是因为新加坡，它在幼儿教育，就是其实，
就是想请问一下我们的那个Dan博士，他就是关于，因为近十几年来，新加坡的幼儿华语教育非常的盛行，那每年教育部也会聘请我们台湾的华语教师前往新加坡担任教学这一件事情啊。那我想请问一下，是不是我刚看了一下就是博士他在第9页的其中一点有提到，因为新加坡他在师资培育这个部分，可能因为他在职前的不足，那是不是也是因为这个原因，那幼儿华语师资这个部分，就是都会聘请我们的台湾的华语专业人员前往新加坡来做教学。谢谢。
Okay. I think she is asking that because the Mandarin teaching in early childhood education level is very popular right now in Singapore. So right now, Singapore will come here to recruit early childhood educators every year in Taiwan. So it's because of the insufficient of the pre-service teachers number in Singapore is the major reason for that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Thank you very much for that question. That is one major issue that has been troubling Singapore for many decades now, this issue of the bilingual policy. I know that your Taiwanese government is currently pursuing this idea of bilingual Taiwan 2030. And Singapore is one of the sources of inspiration. But I want to tell you, it is not as though Singapore is experiencing a very smooth bilingual policy. In fact, there are lots of implementation issues for over, 6 decades. With regard to the recruitment of teachers, so one practical problem is that, remember just now I said that during the British colonial period there were 4 language media of instruction, English, Malay, Chinese, Tamil. Then what happened after the present government came into power in 1959 was the percentage of students enrolling in Chinese, Malay and Tamil medium schools kept dropping and dropping each year. Okay. So in the mid-1970s, the Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew said, okay, you look at the situation now, the numbers in the Chinese, Malay and Tamil medium schools are dropping so badly. And eventually what happened was, by 1987, every public school in Singapore started teaching almost totally in English for everything. So Singapore managed a complete EMI system by the year 1987. Okay. And of course, you have to think what happens to students' Chinese language proficiency when you have a completely EMI system. The inevitable will happen. that you cannot expect students' Chinese language proficiency to be as high as when you used to have Chinese as the medium of instruction schools in Singapore. So that is one of the long-standing problems, how to recruit enough Chinese language teachers who have the required proficiency levels in the Chinese language. And that is why for quite a few years now, the Singapore government has been turning to three main sources. Number one, Malaysia. Number two, 中国大陆. And number three, Taiwan, to try and make up for the shortfall.
我简单翻就好了，他那个年代不太记得哈。那他基本上应该等一下蔡次长也可以帮我补充，就是他们华语的讲华语的或者以华语为媒介来授课的那个人数已经降了很多。对，那所以说他们其实现在都必须去对外招募一些华语的老师，那包含到马来西亚、是中国，对吧？哈，还有台湾，对，那。蔡司长要补充，差不多这样。好，那还有没有问题？
最后一个好了。OK, please.
Sorry, I have two questions. The first question is like I have a little bit question about that because you say now NIE didn't give the early childhood educations the degree, yeah. So, how can the kindergarten have the early childhood teacher now? This is my first question, and the second question is, what do you think about the bilingual education in early childhood in kindergarten?
Okay. First question. So for many years, early childhood in Singapore was very free of direct government involvement. In other words, anybody could set up a preschool if they wanted to. So there's no common syllabus, no common teacher qualifications, nothing. So that means it's quite, to use this economics term, laissez-faire. So there's hardly any regulation or control. And that started to change in 2014. When the Ministry of Education started to become directly involved in providing some preschools. Okay. So the answer to your question is, even today, the early childhood sector suffers from much lower social status compared to elementary, secondary, and of course university teaching. Yes, until today. So the salaries are lower, the qualifications are lower, and so on. Then your second question is about the bilingual policy in childhood education. Well, I would say, I guess pretty much every childhood, I beg your pardon, pretty much every early childhood center in Singapore will try to have bilingual education because they want to prepare students for the first year of elementary school. But as you can imagine, because of the low social status of the early childhood sector compared to primary and secondary, it's harder to get highly qualified people, who have high bilingual proficiency to become preschool teachers.
Thank you.
Okay. Because of time limit, I have to close this session. If you guys have more questions, you can approach Professor Dan for more questions. So thank you very much, and I want to borrow your hand to give the applause. President.
不好意思，我稍微翻译一下刚刚那个教授的回答哈。那他有谈到，就说，其实幼教的教师，他其实政府的规定跟参与很少。那主要其实是他大部分都是私人机构在经营，好，那主要是幼教老师在新加坡的地位蛮低的，因为他们薪水很低，好，所以找不到很好的白领果的老师啦，好，又2个语言都讲得很好，然后又很有品质的，好，大概是教授是这样回答。 好，那我们接下来就是颁发证书。好，
好，现在颁发感谢状。现在颁发的是主讲人 Dr. Jason Dan 的感谢状。The certificate is awarded to Dr. Jason Dan in appreciation of his amazing speech. 好，我们再次用热烈的掌声谢谢 Dr. Jason Dan。接下来颁发的是给主持人蔡金华教授的感谢状。Thank you very much. 现在是中场休息时间，请各位来宾记得于11点10分准时回到会场，谢谢。接下来会有2场圆桌论坛，2场为并行场次，在国际会议厅的圆桌论坛。 嘉宾尽速就座，谢谢。本场论坛主题为中小教师资培育的挑战与机会。本场次主持人为台北市立大学教育行政与评鉴研究所名誉教授吴青山教授。The topic for this roundtable discussion is challenges and opportunities in primary and secondary teacher education. We would like to invite Dr. Wu from University of Taipei as the moderator. Please give a big applause to Dr. Wu.
我们蔡次长、陈主任，在座的我们各位教育界好朋友，大家午安，大家好。很荣幸能够担任这个场次的主持人。这个场次的主题是中小学师资培育的挑战与机会。我们请到2位非常具有研究的学者来担任我们这个场次的主讲人。那我先来介绍我们这2位的主讲人。第一位是蔡进雄，蔡博士。蔡博士学经历非常的丰富，他曾经担任国家教育研究院教育制度与政策中心的主任，也在我们大学教育领导与发展研究所担任所长。他制作可以说是非常的丰富，不管是在教育政策，甚至相关的师资培育的论述当中都可以看到我们蔡进雄、蔡博士的一些精辟的见解。最终他也当过老师，具有实务的经验。所以今天的谈师资培育这是非常重要的一个人选。那第2位是我们刘振明刘所长。刘长，我相信你们在座的各位老师、各位学生对他是非常的熟悉。他也当过老师，也当过校长，也当过台东教育处的处长，在行政、学士各方面他都是让我非常钦佩的一位学者。那今天应该是代打的吧，对不对？原来是这个杨周松杨教务长，但是我们刘所长身经百炼，即使2小时前请他来讲他都可以，都没问题啦，没问题哈。我们对刘长非常的有信心。那这个主题是非常的重要的，中小学师资培育到底面临了哪些挑战？我想在座的各位老师、各位同学一定是非常清楚，最大的挑战可能是少子化呢。少子化不管是对职前的培育 pre-service 或者是 in-service 都是相当大的挑战。这个少子化面解决我们的师资培育的数量一定是 decline， 一直往下降的那不晓得2位有没有什么秘诀，有没有什么解方当然还有很多挑战，比如说我们社会面临到的多元化，那是很大的挑战，每一个想法都不完全一致我们蔡市长在教部服过，这个多元的思想、多元的价值对我们师资培育也是很大的挑战。当然，各位刚才谈到双语教育、国际化，这个当然是一个很大的挑战那对现职老师、师资培育的学生科技化可能是很重要的挑战尤其是 AI 生成式人工智慧已经兴起了。那未来我们的师资生到底在学什么我们老师应该具备什么素养这个都是很大的挑战 但有挑战一定有机会啦，所以我们不要怕挑战，我们接受它，面对它，就可以想出办法。我希望两位呢能够想出一些办法出来哈，作为我们师资未来培育政策的一个参考，作为 policy 的参考，甚至于也可以作为 practice 的参考。那我们再一次的掌声来欢迎两位，好不好？来，我们蔡博士是有PowerPoint 吧，所以是要请蔡博士先开始，还是刘老师先开始呢？好，那就因为刘老师很客气啊，就请你先嘛，好不好？那我们先下去了，好不好 ？OK。
主持人吴署长，还有红台的刘所长、郑次陈主任，还有各位师长，大家好。今天很高兴也很荣幸受邀来这边分享有关于师资培育的一些挑战跟问题。那刚刚署长说临时有那个更改人选，我就换的真的一切都刚刚好。我发现刘所长刚好在国中小学有当过老师、主任跟校长，那又有学术的经验。那我反在是在国中跟高中有任教过。那去年跟前年我还借调到魁山中学担任高中校长所以我觉得我来谈中学的部分我觉得对来讲也是比较有一些经验可以跟大家来分享。我叫蔡进雄蔡英文的蔡，进雄，一直追求进步的英雄来，我每次的分享都会讲说成长性思维很重要，因为美国心理学者他觉得人的思维有两种，一种是成长型思维，一个是固定型思维。他勉励我们应该都要具有成长性的一个思维。那我觉得这种思维对于一般人来讲很重要，对于教育人员来讲我觉得更加重要。因为如果你抱持着成长性思维，我们在看待孩子的时候其实都是一种希望那我们本身也要有成长性的一个思维，而不是用固定型的思维来这个面对孩子所以在这边跟大家来做一个分享固定型思维国内有一本书叫做成长型思维的一个专书其实我在阅读这一本书过程当中，他告诉我们教育人员对待孩子事实上也要有一些成长的一种心态第一个，我们在看待孩子在赞美孩子的时候尽量不要赞美他说你很聪明，而要跟他讲说你很努力我觉得这个是在我们教育人员使用的语言上面，我觉得成长性思维提供给我们一个方向。那第二个，成长性思维看待挫折失败是成长的养分这样的一个态度这样子好，那我们来看一下美国的一个智库，它有提出建立世界一流的教育体制它有6块的基模了哪6块有9块，其中有几块老师的师资就占非常关键。你看第一块就是提供到校前提供家庭的资源，那给高风险的学生更多的支持。那第三个支持老师，还有高素质的老师你看这9个后面当然是有效的政策治理，你看光老师的部分就占了差不多2个到3个，所以我觉得师资在整个我们教育体制或者国家教育的发展里面应该是占了非常非常关键的因素早上跟署长一起坐游览车从高雄高铁坐过来，我们在路上也跟署长在交换意见我们有一个共识，就是说一个学校的校长很重要，可是真正影响学生的学习还是老师，还是高素质的老师所以我觉得教育的成败老师真的是非常关键的一个要素了 这个是 VUCA 的一个现在是一个多变化不确定的一个时代了在准备这一个研究论坛，我不断的问我自己，师资培育问题在哪里？不断的问我自己自己问自己答这样子那我问出4个想要问的问题也是等一下我要跟各位师长来报告的。第一个问，同型化的师资培育，你怎么去因应多元教育市场化的一个需求？现在教育非常多元教育的双绑使得学校的形态也很多元，有实验学校，我前1-2年担任的学校就是 IB 的学校，IB 的学校找不到师资，找不到国内的师资。那我知道 IB 的师资培育，最近台湾师大有培育这种教学取向的 IB 老师。混龄教学我们有特别培育吗？等等，我觉得整个同型化的师资事实上没办法呼应多元的一个需求我是第一问等一下我会自问自答提出我个人的观点第二个，偏乡小型学校找不到代理老师，师资不齐，教育公平沦为口号，怎么去促进教育公平？今年的那个我们教育界的一种问题就是校长学校一直找不到代理代课老师，一直在找，每次看到这个新闻，我的心里就是这样我们国家的经费怎么不投入多一点在这种偏乡的地区那让校长找人1招2招3招一直找不到人这是我提出的这个第二问。我不断的问我自己，我还有2个问题问自己第一个，师资培育刚刚我们主持人有讲，就是少子化还有整个就业市场的因素，我们怎么去提升师培生积极的学习态度跟动机甚至于说吸引更多优秀的人才加入这个师资培育的一个行列里面这是怎么办第3个。第4问我倒是扩展范围，因为刚刚我们前一场的那个新加坡学者在分享，师资培育其实上有职前在职有职前导入跟在职，那我们在这种他已经进来了，我们说上岸了嘛，对不对？他在这种受养护的环境之下，怎么去触发在职老师的变革能动性，而不是躺平。很多老师进来职场之后受到养护，1年、2年、3年半躺了，甚至到最后都躺平了，不想再成长了。那我们怎么去触动老师的成长的这样的一个情形好，那自问自答，我们来看一下第一问，刚刚已经我阐述了同型化怎么去因应教育市场的多元。为什么会同型？我在研究学校同型化的时候，学校会变得一模一样，它有3个力量。第一个是政策法令，第二个就是评鉴标准一样嘛，再来就是模仿学习会同型。那因着这样同型化的元素，我也来看为什么我们师资培育会同型。第一个，师资培育政策同型化我们受到师资培育法的规范从甄选师资生、职前的教育职前教育的课学习的学分都一样，还有个教检教检那个把关大多考试的题目都一样，因为你教检通过才有资格去实习实习出来叫各县去甄试，所以很多的很多的部分都在给你同型，那个框架一段的一直在框着那框到最后变成政策同型化，老师会变得一模一样。第二个就是评鉴标准师资培育的评鉴标准也倒是有一个标准来这个评鉴，所以每个师资的培育出来那个样，师资培育机构都一样什么让它一样？课程内容也让它一模一样那再来就是我觉得主流文化会同型我们的主流文化都是以政策为导向，那非主流的有时候会被忽略掉这样子那所以师资培育差异而且要多元的需求 ，IB 学校、原住民学校实验教育偏乡小校、混龄、海外侨校，都往往都需要不同类型的不是同型化的老师 才能够胜任。这是那怎么来应用哈？第一个我觉得可以用网络治理的概念结合民间组织跟公司部门的一个力量我接下来下一张图我们教育学术界有3大力量这是我借调去担任校长2年之后回来，我一个很深刻的体验。那这3大力量是哪3大力量？我觉得学术界是一个力量，因为它是知识的生产者第二个力量是教育主管机关，它是权力跟资源的掌握者。那第3个中小学是教育理想的实践地方所以这3股力量我觉得都是很重要那所以是 UGS 这种协作的一个模式。那还有一个就是我觉得还有一个民间也出来了我又发现一个民间力量。你看，所以有学术界，有教育主管机关，有中小学，有民间，那这个整个的网络就变成治理的概念。所以治理是包含网络伙伴关系跟协作的概念，从单一力量到多元力量。那试着去从多元的力量去培育多元的师资，来满足多元的需求。所以 UGSP 的一种教育协作治理模式我是倡导出来的。那回应第一个问题，我觉得还有从3个面向可以去，从几个刚刚从那个治理的概念，那我再提出3个面向。第一个，我觉得师资培育要特色多元；第二个，评鉴标准要多元。其实我最想讲的就是法令要松绑。如果法规没有去松绑，整个的话，我们的培育还是一样是同型化的所以怎么去从法令法规去做一个松绑，去解套我觉得这也是很重要很重要的回答第一个问题很重要的部分好，再来第2个问题，偏乡小校师资不齐，教育公平沦为口号，怎么去促进教育公平这样的一个情形我提出3个做法第一个就是我觉得可以透过大数据的分析去了解人口成长趋势跟师资能力的一个需求评估。我觉得它不好做，确实是不好做，因为变动性很高，但是我觉得它是一个方向，第2个我就在好奇说，哇，今年的那个代课老师中小学都一直找不到，那有没有机会我们来办个公听会，主管机关利害关系人共谋对策就像今天如果这个地方变成一个公听会的时候，来自多元的人来自多元的代表，我们共谋来解决。我是很渴望说，很希望说明年代课老师这个问题能够尽快的改善这样子那投入更多的经费来挹注于偏远地区师资的养成跟福利第3问，少子化的情形，我们师资培育生怎么提升他的积极的正向的学习动机跟态度我也知道说现在很多师培生应该是这样说了早期我在师大兼课的时候，很多老师很多师培生第一志愿就是当老师。可是这几年我在兼课的时候我就问同学，那你选课以后要当老师，我觉得那个举手的意愿就比较弱大部分都只有说我来修个学分当做一个备胎，考上也好，没考上我可能有其他的工作安排所以我觉得这是真的是学习态度在师资培育过程当中我觉得是有一些因为市场化的关系，事实上是有稍微低落的一个情况我在辅大服务的时候，对学生喊一个口号叫 Never give up， 不要放弃。可是如果现在我再回去要跟他们学生喊 Never give up 的时候，我可能稍微会犹豫一下因为我觉得市场的导向确实像我看那个资料2018年有师资证的人真正考上担任正职老师只有2%，所以3%的是没有上岸的，只有2%有当上正式老师这样的一个情形所以我觉得怎么去培养这些我提了5个做法第一个，我觉得拥抱开放跟创新的态度 路是无限宽广的所以像侨校啦、台商啦，很多的教育产业，我觉得也有人拿到师培的这种专长之后教育产业事实上我觉得也是也是一个很好的一个努力方向啦然后山不短路短，增加自我效能感，我觉得那个公会生的名额跟奖学金，我觉得还蛮必要的因为如果有这公会生的吸引，还有招收更优秀的学生然后让他以后就是通过一些条件之后，能够正式的出去当老师。我觉得公会生还有奖学金这个部分我觉得政府这一块可以持续努力，而且也会产生一些效果。当然有人说公会生出去外面6年了，在那个地方6年，有些也少部分是表现不好的，但是整体讲来，我觉得公会生跟那个奖学金的这样的一个情形，我觉得这一块我们可以持续的来努力来努力毕竟我们的师资培育从原来计划式的，现在变成储备跟多元的一个情况认清这个环境，然后找出自己的一个出路那我觉得在培育过程，因为在座很多同学可能都是未来准备当老师的，我是强烈建议你要培养你的自我效能感，也就是我觉得我可以我觉得我可以的这样的一个力量继续走下去。如果你有心的话，那这种继续走下去这种续航力，我觉得可以从经验和从楷模学习，所以给自己的语言说服，还有你去知觉你的身体状况是不是想到教学就很兴奋的。如果你觉得你想到教学就很兴奋的，我建议你走这一条路就对了。想到教学就有点却步，有很多迟疑的时候，你再去仔细思考一下如果你想到教学，你就会很兴奋，然后想到教学，想到班级经营，想到跟学生接触，你会觉得很快乐，那你就是适合担任老师，你的自我效能感就可以慢慢培养起来了。所以自我的探索，自我的肯定走这一条路的自我肯定也是很重要。还有要认同，服务哪里就成就哪里。你当了老师这一份有教育的意义的时候，你走上去的时候，你要认同这个行业，你要认同这个行业这样好，那这是第四问，在职老师你游上岸的，那在座我想也有少部分是在职老师游上岸的，你怎么去触发在职老师的变革能动性？那变革能动性英文叫做 transformative agency 它是个能动力，它这个能动力是来自于他自己的，不是主体是他自己的。好，那怎么叫做变革 transformative 呢？它是打破既有的框架，采取一种创新的作为，然后破框而行我用个图形来看而且强调主体性跟老师的主体性跟能动性破框创新，因为你要破框又要用创新才能够破框嘛那本质不变，方法改变，教育的本质是不变的，可是教育的方法永远在改变，所以人要不断的做成长性思维的概念，与时俱进不是旧的不好，因为有时候旧的必须调整就要去调整，所以你那个框架要打破就要用创新的行为创新的一些概念去进行，然后主体性是在自己的一个情况所以是这样子来了。你旧有的部分，你是透过怎么样的力量让他新的专业成长？这个问题我也给自己问了好久，我总算找到目前我认为我满意的答案。有一阵子我会问自己，人怎么样才能够改变？我去找好多理论来探讨探讨好多理论去了解。那这个目前我阅读的变革能动性的双重因子，解决我的困惑。成长补充一下，就是 Handy 管理哲学家 Handy 他写过一本书叫《第二曲线》，人有第一曲线嘛，就组织有生老病死嘛，对不对然后再来生老病死，在衰落的时候再往上第二曲线，所以甚至还有第三曲线所以变革能动性就从第一曲线变成第二曲线，甚至以后的第三曲线从9年贯课程到12年国教，那就变成第二曲线了OK， 那我们来看一下回应第四个问题，我找到答案了。变革能动性它有双重因子，有人说双重刺激， 也就是一部分是来自于内部老师的因素，第二部分是外在结构环境。我觉得这两个要环环相扣，这个两个一定要扣起来。只有靠老师的内在，我觉得只有少部分的老师只有少部分的老师有变革能动性，少部分老师，大部分老师就好，时间快到了，我们讲好，来我们看一下。那我觉得我画出这张图我蛮满意的，因为它解决我的困惑。人怎么才能够改变？老师怎么在这种体制的一种保障之下，它的有惯性的，那怎么去改变？我觉得变革能动性的答案，双重刺激理论给我很好的回答。内在老师他要去认知他有这个需求的那种他有那个需求，有那种危机意识，有矛盾，有冲突还有不满意现况这个他有感觉到了。那另外一个外部的话，外部的政策推动还有政策工具当然还有所谓的新的政策推动出来，比如生生用平板他也不得不用这种情况另外一个就是说大社会的改变还有支持老师给老师支持的力量，这也可以让老师在变革能动性转变的时候会更加有力量所以才是来自于内外部啦我这边有举了所以是内外部的调和还有不同专业成长的时期，要给老师不同的支持系统还有采用适切的政策工具外在的环境刺激可以借力使力不是为变革而变革。我觉得黄金圈理论也蛮棒的，很简单，我们现在很多领导者在告诉部属或者是成员做事情的时候，就跟他讲说你这样做就好了你如何做这样子，没有把为什么我们要这样做讲清楚说明白毕竟我们学校的老师就是知识分子，所以你要做这样的一个政策推动，会有你怎么样改革的理念，你一定要把坏论述的很清楚那再来告诉老师怎么做做什么不要只有缺少那个坏这样子的一个部分那老师的变革能动性也比较容易产生出来最后有几个结语了因为时间也到了我觉得师资培育的政策是对话生成的，它是彼此对话的过程那我说领导有3条路线，由上而下，由下而上，还有水平的。政策推动也是一样，由上而下的，一种是一起互动的，一种是看到下面由下而上的一个力量所以基本上没办法单独一条路去支撑整个政策变革所以我觉得它是对话生成的。那 AI 的兴起，我觉得老师的创业家精神要有你这个有教师创业家精神，你的生命就可以焕发光彩。那教师创业家就是让你的能量极大化我看到很多现场老师这个教师创业家越来越多我蛮乐于见到这种情形好，那这个增进老师的变革能动性终身学习跟素养的一个落实本质不变，方法改变创业家其实他不是只有看到表象他还要看到内在深层的部分。所以我们今天我们齐聚在这个地方，其实不是在看表象，而是在看最深层的内涵的本身好，谢谢大家的聆听，我就分享到这个地方，讲不好的地方请多指正谢谢。
好，谢谢蔡进雄研究员。那我们现在掌声欢迎刘正宁所长。
好，大家午安。很高兴今天站在这边呢，有2个很重要的意义第一个呢，就是受我们师培中心雅玲主任之邀这个担任代班的语坛人能够为我们师培中心做一点事情，我觉得这也是一个非常荣耀的事那当然第二个事情呢是我今天可以跟2位国内这个学术界的重量级的学者一起同台这也是我感觉到非常荣幸之事我叫刘正宁刘邦的刘面对始终追求进步的英雄前面，仍然能够镇定又安宁的刘正宁为什么呢？因为我没有 PPT这个没有这个我们蔡博士这么的 这个学识渊博哈，然后所有的答案呢全部都被蔡博士讲完了，所以看起来我一定要保持镇定又安宁哈。好，接受这个任务的挑战之后呢，我第一个是先把我的立论基础先定位好哈。我所定位的基础是学生的受教权，也就是说，站在师资职前的培育里面，我们能不能够让最好的、最具有专业素质的师资生能够进到职场？所以呢，从这个角度，我们可以去思考几个问题哈。那当然，我们常常听到的一些说辞呢，提到就是说，为什么我们现在的师资生啊，培育完之后很难上岸啊？那是不是纯粹我们就只能够从少子化的观点来说啊？那是因为大环境不允许，所以呢，我们也必须要面对这样子的一个困难，去这个好像要共体时间之类的哈。但是我更想要分享的一件事情是，当外部环境改变的时候，那么我们原来具有的系统机制有没有做出了适时的因应与改变？好，首先呢，我先给各位几个数据哈，那这个数据都是从教育部师资培育及艺术教育师的网站里面所得到的哈。它最新的数据是到110年啊。好，在108年度的时候啊，全国所有的师资类科所需要的正式老师的名额呢是3316位，当年度报考的总人数是94508人，录取率呢是3.51%。好，到了109年度的时候，当年的所有类科的这个录取的员额需求数是2898，然后报名的人数是92977，这个录取率呢是3.12%。那因为我负责的是中等教育，所以我在这边跟各位特别说明一下哈。在那个年度里面，国民中学老师的录取率是2.11。好，现在我们再来看一看，到了这个所谓的2.11，在110年度的时候，它出现了什么样的变化？在110年度的时候呢，全国所需要的正式教师人数已经掉到了1039位。也就是我们可以看到，从108年、109年到110年，它的需求员额是越来越下降的。那么那一年呢，这个实际报考的人数啊也下降了，只剩下52961啊，因为这个是相对的一个状况。不过呢，我们来看一看一个更让我们觉得真的得去省思的一个数据哈。国民中学当年度只要录取21位，而报名的人数呢有3663人，录取率是0.57%。好，现在这个数据，我现在要再跟各位分享另外一个数据，请你把这两个数据呢来对应看看，我们该不该去思考一些系统性跟外部环境改变里面的一些连结哈。我接下来要跟各位分享的这个数据呢，是有关我们师资生的培育的人数。那我就以中等这个教育的培育为主哈。在108年的时候呢，我们教育部所核定的这个总员额呢是4845位，实际上招收了4314位。到了109年度的时候呢，我们这个教育部核定了5136位，实际招收了4364位。到了110年度，核定4894，实际招收了4030。好，那各位你可以从这个数据可以大致的能够了解说， 我们大概每一年所收到的中等教育的师资生的员额呢，大概就是4000人上下。哦，那这里面呢，各位也许有的人会说哈，这几年我们尤其是去年跟今年啊，我们有很多的县市都开了很多的缺，然后也导致了这个有一些学校在暑假的都要开学了，还没有得到代理老师。各位，实际上这个问题基本上都是落在国民小学的阶段，很多的县市它仍然在国民中学的部分是没有开缺的。好，那我想要思考的一个问题是说，如果一个师资生他这个高中毕业，他选择进入到这个师范教育体系来，他经过4年的培育，接着参加教师检定考试，检定考试通过才能实习。那如果这一切都顺利，这个时候已经是4年半了。然后接着呢，他就这个实习完就是4年半，所以他最快可以是在他第5年，也就是在那个年度的5月份就可以开始参加这个教师甄试了啊。那各位想想看啊，如果在那一年度又没有开缺，或者是说有开缺是极少的缺，那么在这样的情况底下呢，我一直都在思考一个问题请问会有多少的高中毕业的优秀学生，他会愿意来投入到师资培育的一个工作岗位？因为他的时间成本的投入成本是很高的，但是他要等待的那个机会是不可控的。那当然这里面我们可以思考的另外一个角度就是说，如果以供需的平衡来讲，当然在过去的那个师范培育的年代，就过去我是师专生，那个年代里面呢，实际上就是供需是一定是平衡的。那么在师资培育多元化之后呢，我们基本上就是采取储备制当然这个部分利益也很佳，但是如果今天是因为我们在师资培育多元化的里面，我们没有真实的去考虑到说，实际的教学现场到底需要多少的中等教师的时候，那么我们仍然在员额上是维持在这样子的一个水平，这样的结果，我真的会觉得说，如果我们能够在制度上有一些调动，让优秀的高中毕业生他愿意来读师范校院。好，这个是我今天呢，基本上的第一个诉求然后在第二个部分呢，我仍然是维持在因为少子化嘛，减班超额，还有部分的县市仍然没有消化完，我指的是国中，仍然还没有消化完在之前那一波浪潮底下的超额教师，所以他当然没有办法开缺嘛。再来第二个问题，有一些小型学校或者是中小型学校，它在某一些这个领域学科它的授课节数本来就是不多的，所以呢，他如果聘一个老师，那个老师他的授课节数会不足，或者是说我是小型学校，但是我需要的那个领域类科的老师，我聘来之后，我也没有办法满足他基本的授课节数。好，这个时候呢，很多学校或者是说地方政府呢，采取了这个员额控管。那员额控管的情况底下，就是这样子的领域我不开缺，那就有所谓的第二专长那各位第二专长这件事情，我也是围绕在所谓的学生受教权的角度因为我们有一个很重要的紧箍咒叫做教学正常化的访视。那么这个访视里面呢，在对国中来讲，有一个非常致命的这个关键指的就是有没有专长配课你是属于这个领域的，你就应该要教这个领域。那么各位我们应该要想一想学校它为了要解决这个专长配课的问题，所以呢教育部就提出了第二专长的培育嘛 那第二专长的培育呢，当然就是以现职教师去嘛。好，那现职教师去，他培养了具备了这个第二专长，他也就配课去配到那个地方去了。思考一个这个专业的角度而言你觉得是具有主专长的那个领域的老师来教会比较好，还是要由第二专长的老师来取代就可以？当然这件事情基本上并没有标准答案，它还是会有一些这个因人而异的一些这个状况所以呢我们也应该去思考看看当我们做了这些事情的时候，它其实就已经造成了外部环境跟这个系统内的结构它产生的是一个这个错误的循环我大概基本上先用这样子的形容词，也许形容的不是很恰当好，再来呢，我们也可以再观察一下这个当时我们都很期待偏乡条例的公布跟实施，它能够去这个减缓偏乡学校的这个师资的流动率，然后也能够借由偏乡专聘教师的一个这个制度，是不是能够多一点的老师的机会能够到这个偏乡服务。但是就我收集到的几个县市的数据，发现今年有一个非常奇特的现象，就是很多的县市，他们明明所需要的那个缺就是在偏乡，但他绝不设定那个缺叫做偏乡的专聘教师，他仍然把它设定为一般教师。那如果今天我为偏乡专聘的教师而言呢，基本上他必须要在那边留6年然后为什么他们这些县市开始不愿意配合了？明明就在很远的地方，他还是一样用一般教师来甄选，因为他们在第1年、第2年的时候尝到苦头，就是6年的真是不好用。然后呢，我又赶不走他，本来3年我忍一忍他就走了嘛，那这个他现在要待6年，结果校长也受不了了，就说好吧，你留着，我4年到了我先走好了，因为我也搞不定你，那干脆我先走好吧？那这样的结果呢，各位，我们看起来原来一个利益良好的这个政策却出现了一个我们在谈论所谓的现象解跟根本解的时候的一个这个需要去掌握的一个关键就是我们别让今日的答案成为明日的问题所在。好，那接着我再回到大环境来论述好了大环境里面除了少子化之外，请问还有没有它会影响到我们师资职前的这些老准教师们这个入场的这个机会？那就是年改。那个依照年改的这个依序这个逐年的实施之后那个全国教师联合总会在前几天有公布了一个讯息，当然我不晓得这个讯息的对错与否我就直接先引用他说到了民国122年的时候，所有的中小学老师必须服务到58岁才能够退休，但是这个58岁基本上应该是要很顺利上岸的58岁。但如果你今天是已经那个非常努力的游了10年才游上去的，基本上你到了58，应该你的月退也是遥遥无期，所以你就必须要撑到65岁。那以这样的结果来看的话呢，我们将来会看到那个原来台湾的高龄化社会，它已经转变为高龄化学校就是学校的老师都是高龄受教育工作者那也有研究说呢，其实以这个国小老师来讲那个我跟敬雄教授呢，我们2个人的互补就是他是中等背景出身，我是小教背景出身，但是我却今天报告的是中等，而他报告的是小教。然后刚刚他跟我讲说，只要小教问题叫我通通都要回答你看看这个面对英雄我一定要这个保持非常的镇定不然英雄一出招，我不晓得我该如何是好。好，来各位，
样子的一个师资退休的延缓，它其实也会带来接下来到底我还愿不愿意再选择中等师资？那当然中等师资里面有非常多的这个选择哈，可以是国中，可以是这个高级中学的共同学科，它也可以是职业类科，也是这些所谓的职群的选择。但是呢，它的培育的这个基本条件当然是有所不同，所以相对的他所要学得的那些学分数呢，也会是非常非常高的哈。所以这些问题呢，我觉得都应该是要能够一并的检讨哈。也就是我基本上觉得哈，制度是我们人定出来的嘛哈。那如果说今天这个制度我们可以重新去调整，是不是能够有更多的一个解决的方案的可能性哈？那当然呢，就像刚刚我们进雄教授有提到哈，那个所谓的师资培育的差异化的部分啊，因为我们的老师面对的是实验教育啊，然后也面对的是少子化下的混龄教学，我相信中等教育也是如此啊。那这个部分的培育到底该怎么培育？而在将来教师资格检定的认定上面又如何的认定？而如果那一所实验教育学校将来它的实验的收场室关门，那请问这一批老师将来在教师证里面，他有没有会去注记说他是实验教育类科的老师？那这些呢，基本上我们可能都得要去通盘的检讨哈。好，最后啊，我想要分享另外一个重要的问题，我相信这个也是我们在师资培育阶段里面要真正面对的状况，就是课程政策公布在先，师资培育反应在后。好，各位以这个108课纲来讲好了哈，108课纲呢，它鼓励老师要能够这个因应他在核心素养的培养上，如果发现这个核心素养的培养，我如果能够借由另外一个领域的合作，更有助于学生在这个核心素养的培养，我们可以主动邀请另外一个领域的老师来进行跨领域的协作。好，这是第一个途径，但是这个途径的主动权是在老师身上所以就一定可遇不可求了。但是我们如果说从课程的政策，也就是从12年国民基本教育课程纲要总纲里面所讲的固定课程来说，固定课程分为4类，那我就只讲 A 类。A 类指的是跨领域同整性的主题、专题及议题的探究课程。那换句话说，那就是要让这个我们的中等教育的老师要具备跨领域的能力啊。但是各位，这里面其实就更挑战了原来中等教育的培育的分科培育制度。那么在111年，就是去年的5月22号，教育部又公布了这个针对教师专业指引所公布的师资培育的职前培育课程的一个基准，里面公布了5大素养。然后他在第3个素养里面确实有提到说，我们的师资生呢应该要具备12年国教的这个跨领域的什么什么这个很多的东西。但是当我看到参考的这个开设的科目名称的时候呢，我发现所有的科目通通都是原来的科目。那么这个时候我当然会有点担心的是，那请问是不是我们变成又是一种融入的概念？那当然我更关心的另外一件事情是，因为政策在先，师资培育的这个方案在后的情况底下，我们自己师培大学的老师准备好了没？我们自己本身是不是也具有这样子的一个跨域能力那其实我总结来讲我真的没有那个英雄，这个我不敢说英雄所见略同我只能一直镇定又安宁。所有的解决策略呢，刚刚进雄教授都说的差不多了，那我觉得 我们是否可以更深层的思考，我们可以如何的往下一步去走？哈，以上是我的分享，谢谢各位。
现在是 Q&A 时间，那我们把时间交给吴金山教授。
好，谢谢我们两位的主讲人哈，做了非常精辟的分享。那很谢谢有一位我们与会者呢特别提出了2个问题哈。第一个问题就是对于师培生积极学习的动机的问题啦，就是学习动机的问题。他想要请问的是不是在师培的筛选上有所调整，能够真正筛选出想要当老师的学生成为师培生？这是第一个问题哈。第二个问题他有指定人回答啦，就是要请问蔡进雄研究员对于公会生制度有什么样的建议或改革的部分？但是你不要回答太长，回答太长的话，等一下12点25分的车子你又赶不上，所以你最好的简洁扼要，好不好？好，对不对？刘正明、刘所长，你要不要先回答第一个问题？动机的问题，筛选的问题。如果筛选想要师培生，又想要当老师的，让他增强他的学习动机。
好，教育部其实也一直关心，政次也坐在这里哈，就是会一直都在监控我们师资生的基本学科的知识的一个基础哈。那当然这个基本上一定是前提。不过你说要用什么样的方法能够测得他是一个好老师，其实真的不容易啊。因为就举一个例子而言哦，其实我们学校也有一个所谓的类似像人格测验这样子的哈，先去检视说他到底适不适合于这个部分。结果呢，有一个学生就把他的那个检测拿给我，他跟我讲说，老师，你可以帮我看一下吗？我现在面对这样状况，我不晓得我在口试的时候委员会不会问我这个问题，因为他检测结果是他不适合当老师。他说如果委员就这样问我的话，我该怎么办？那我当然只有据实告诉他说，委员绝对不会看到你这个个人资料了，那你就应该自己要去思考，那你觉得你适合吗？说真的哈，我觉得不适合啦，但是他考上了。然后再来第二个就是很多的这个用人的部分哈，我们虽然设定了非常多的这个筛选机制，可是真正他到底好不好用，能不能用，都是进入到职场之后我才知道他到底 O 不 OK 哦。台湾现在目前的师资培育的做法，基本上是用淘汰嘛，就是这个教育学程甄选淘汰。然后这个你修完之后的教师检定考试淘汰，然后你再去教师甄选的时候呢淘汰。那当然这里面我们可不可以逆向思考，将来我们能不能用增加，就是我们不断的去强化他在各方面的能力，能够让他让某些这个有能力的这个伙伴呢能够顺利的上岸。我大概只能够做这么粗浅的一个分享哈。
好，谢谢我们刘所长来，接下来我们请那个进雄老师。好，
可以吗？这样可以哈。好，刚刚这2个与会伙伴的题目，我觉得是大哉问，问得很好。因为师资筛选是培育师资的第一道关卡，也是一个源头。那我在辅大也服务将近10年，教研所服务也会在师培授课担任导师，那也参与好几年的那个师培的那个师资生的一个甄试我提出2个观点师资生的甄选筛选是第一步，是个源头， 所以甄选的方式要从单一到多元，绝对不能用单一的管道，比如说用成绩这一步就把它决定了，一定要多元。那要多元，太多元有时候也找不到方向，但是多元可以从不同的面向看这个学生可能是大2、大3想要进来，甚至有些研究生他进来的一种学习动机、语言的表达等等，我觉得还是可以看出一些端倪。那另外一个就是说，我们如果从选材的角度来看，就是 SKAV skill， S skill knowledge attitude and value 技能有时候不好看，但是技能表达就是一种技能knowledge 他可能没办法那么进来师培，可能我觉得可能还没有接受太多的一个熏陶，可是我们可以看出他的 attitude 是可以看出来的，我觉得是可以看得出来的。那在 value 也可以从他的自传啊或者自我介绍等等去看出来。那虽然没办法完全，可是我觉得透过从单一到多元，还有刚刚我说的 SKAV 这个角度去看这个孩子这个学生，我觉得我们还是有一点判别力的没办法100%，但是好的遗珠之憾总是会比较少这第一个提问。第二个提问就是说，公会生的一个这个制度到底好不好？刚刚刘所长也提到了，有人6年来赶不走，也有变成一种弊端这样子那我从 input、process and output 来看第一个，公会生对 input 确实有吸引力因为你提供这个名额，那我想要争取这个名额的人一定是很多所以我觉得他可能是会跟各县市做配合嘛然后再来就是 process 的过程当中，我觉得不要让公会生觉得他取得公会生的资格的时候，就保证可以担任老师。我觉得 process 的部分可以做更多的一些要求更多要求当然 output 就是出去外面任教的一个部分当然也有少部分的，但是我看到的也是蛮多公会生算是表现算是不错的但是我觉得可以持续的来评估但是我觉得大方向是对的
好，谢谢，我们大方向是对的了我们蔡正志是公会生，我也是公会生啦因为我们跟蔡正志是学长学弟刘正你也是公会生，我们蔡继雄你也是公会生，所以公会生到底是好是坏，那因为时代改变也不能够这个马上做断定了，但是可能呢这个利大于弊啦，可以作为政府做一个参考那因为时间的关系没有办法开放大家呢再继续提问，非常的对不起两位对于师资培育的都有深厚的情怀，所以我总结呢只有几个字啦。第一个呢就是我们蔡进雄蔡博士你是熊嘛所以英雄气长啊，心怀大志，所以你对师资培育的应该好好的再给我们建言那我们刘正明，我们刘所长的镇守四方，舍我其谁我看来刚才呢真的是具有强烈的企图心对我们师资培育的确是有一些很好的建言。我相信呢未来呢假如说教育部能够再支持2位的这个高见，我想师资培育未来会更好。那各位有选择师资培育的课程，也不要后悔，好好努力，一定是有机会，而且你要有信心，成为一位好老师。所有的机会都是你创造出来的，我们不要等待机会，我们要创造机会。譬如说呢，前2个礼拜呢，有位台商子女学校在越南，那说老师你这边有没有学生毕业了？我们这边老师缺很多，你要不要来啊？我说我找找看结果我一个也找不到，因为呢我的学生都就业去了。所以说呢，你想要到 海外台湾学校的机会还是多的是的，只是你不想去了。但是作为一个年轻人呢，多多体验也很好。我就举一个实例就解释了。我这位学生呢，在越南20几年呢，结果越南呢，他皮老师赚的钱比我还多了。他当老师的比较多，那为什么呢？他有他的方法，所以说你们年轻人呢要志在四方，不要是只有看国内的市场，海外的市场也是你们很好的一个就业的机会。所以说各位年轻人不要放弃任何机会。好，因为季雄要赶12点25分了，我就不浪费再多时间了，好不好？再次谢谢大家，谢谢陈主任，好不好？谢谢大家，谢谢再通知哦，谢谢大家，谢谢。
现在颁发感谢状，首先颁发的是蔡进雄研究员的感谢状，由主持人颁。好。非常感谢蔡进雄研究员，谢谢您。好，现在颁发的是何振林所长的感谢状。谢谢研究员和所长。那我们现在颁发的是吴新山教授的感谢状。好，让我们再次用热烈的掌声谢谢他们。好，前往台铁屏东火车站的接驳车将于12点25分从报到处发车。 开始。本场次设有留言板，在手册的第44页。大家请善用留言板，因为这是一个很宝贵的机会，可以问 Dr. Denise Boy 问题。好，那这些留言会在 Q&A 时间进行讨论。留言板的 QR code 在第44页。The speech will begin in 3 minutes. The speech is about to start.再次提醒您，手册第44页有留言板，有 QR code， 大家请把握机会，有问题就可以在上面留言，谢谢。本场次也有提供中文翻译版本的简报。演讲开始。本场学者演讲主题为 Community Context as Impetus for Culturally Sustaining STEM Teacher Education, a Transformative Equity-Focused Model。本场次主持人为国立清华大学幼儿教育学系朱信平主任。The topic for this session is Community Context as Impetus for Culturally Sustaining STEM Teacher Education, a Transformative Equity-Focused Model. We would like to invite Dr. Singh from National Tsinghua University as the moderator. Please give a big applause to Dr. Singh. Director Singh.
Welcome to this session. I'm Chen Tianxin from National Tsinghua University, Department of Early Childhood Education. And it's my honor to introduce Dr. Boyd to everyone. And Dr. Boyd is a professor from University of South Carolina, and her expertise is on multiple literacy, teacher education. Especially, she pay attention to children with children from diverse cultural background, especially the children those are underrepresented in school. And she wrote several books and also published numerous papers. And she also served as the editorial board of important journals related to literacy research. And right now, I think she combined her research related to literacy and also STEM. So that's why there's a topic about culturally sustaining STEM curriculum today. She will present. So let's give a big applause to Dr. Boyd.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I've been practicing all afternoon. I wanted to get it right. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here in your presence. This is my first trip to Taiwan, and I am so excited to be here. It's been a wonderful experience, and I hope my talk this afternoon leaves you with something good to think about with respect to preparing teachers in informal spaces around and using community context. I'd like to introduce my colleagues, Dr. Regina Cypher and Dr. Jamel Ellis. These women are part of the work that we did on culturally sustaining STEM. They are a lot of the brains behind the STEM work because my area is teacher education and literacy. Regina has a doctorate in molecular biology, and Jamel has her doctorate in public health, but also has done work in environmental engineering. So I've been so blessed to have worked with them and learned so much from them about STEM, and they say they learn a lot from me about literacy and teacher education. So I think we make a great team together. And they would love to be here as well. So I'm going to start my talk this afternoon with introductions. I want you to turn to the next person and share your answer to who's your people and what's important to you. And as you look at the first question, who's your people, it looks like it's not standard English and not correct English. But I want you to know, once I finish talking about a group of people that have sustained their language and culture for over 100 years, you'll understand who's your people. It's something that African Americans say whenever we meet other African Americans, especially if you aren't familiar with them in the community. It's who's your people. I remember the first time I had a teaching job after graduating from undergrad, and I went to a different town in my home state. And I went to church, and a lady looked at me and she said, "Honey, who's your people?" And I knew exactly what she was talking about. So I explained to her who my people are, but I wasn't from that particular town. So if you would use your phone to scan this QR code and then talk to the person next to you and share the information when you get to the Padlet. Yeah, but they need to talk to someone first. So talk to someone next to you for about two minutes, and then you can scan. When you scan the QR code, type your answer on the Padlet.
好，就是大家先试着2分钟跟你旁边的人讨论一下就是 Who's your people， 就是谁是你的人，谁是被你视为是你属于这个词真的有点很难，有点解释。scan 之后它会有个 sample， 有没有？大家现在 scan 一下，然后那有一个介绍的 sample， 你就按照那个方式去介绍。好，跟旁边的人，对，就是会有这样的 sample。然后第二个问题就是什么对你是重要的这样子？什么应该是说什么样的人会被你视为是自己人？你现在必须移动，或者是跟你旁边的人讨论，好，那等一下要分享这样子 ，OK。
Oh, Chet, I forgot one step. When you get to the Padlet, you should click on the plus sign so that you can add your text.
So when they finish, does everyone need to press the button to upload?
Yes.
They are talking.
Yeah, they need to.
OK， 好，等一下讨论完的时候，你就按那个加号，然后上传你们刚刚讨论的内容。好，用英文。好，赶快丢到 AI 去翻译一下。
Okay, we've got one up. I stand with Taiwanese. Those coming from Taiwan are my people. I should see some more.
如果大家讨论好了，就把你的那个答案就是抛上。
Okay, we'll move on. I put mine up first. I wanted to try it out to make sure it works, of course. But I said that I am Denise Porter Professor at the University of South Carolina. My people are from Warren County, North Carolina, which is where I was raised. And I grew up in the Jim Crow South and attended a segregated school for grades 1 through 8. My great-grandparents were enslaved, and my grandparents were farmers. I have 2 sons, and I have 1 grandson. And what's important to me is family, education, and living in peace. I also love photography, so it's been wonderful here having pictures taken. And I'm looking forward to taking more myself. So, do we have anyone who would like to share? 1 or 2 people? This is
那个
great.
传上去的有没有？有传上去很多，有没有人要念一下你的？这好多个传上去的啊。Zoe， Zoe 是不是？有没有？有没有一个人要分享一下？没有。They have a beard to speak English, I think.
What about Sam? We talked to this afternoon. Okay. Okay, please come and share.
Hi. I'm Sam from English department at NPTU, and I'm senior student. And my parents and friends really support me to study abroad and study music. So family, friends, and job are more important. And I also had a great time chatting with Dr. Boyd. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Zoe and Zoe, did you want to translate? Okay, all right. We'll move on. I wanted to do this exercise because one of the things that Jamel and Regina and I worked on in our project is understanding who the students are and what's important to them with respect to the community. So this was just a brief exercise, first of all, to introduce ourselves, but also to get grounded in what I am about to present to you this afternoon. All right, I'm ready to move on to the next slide. So these are my objectives for my talks this afternoon, parts 1 and 2. I want you to leave with understanding the significance of learning about students, parents, their cultures, who the stakeholders are, and the community that teachers serve. It's a lot of times, especially in the States, we have teachers who are outside of the community, and it's really difficult to get to know your students if you aren't a part of the community. So taking time to learn who the students are and what their culture are about, getting in touch with parents, understanding the community and the resources is important to teaching the students that we serve. My second objective is to understand how gaining access to community assets and resources to inform teachers' professional learning experiences can be valuable and beneficial to not only the students that they serve, but to the teachers. And then focusing on teachers' professional learning experiences beyond academic settings. The project that I'm about to share with you, the teachers had wonderful professional learning experiences, but they were all informal, not in an academic setting, and not through just textbooks. So I'm going to share some of that with you this afternoon. So I want to start by talking about a group of people called the Gullah Geechee. Who are the Gullah Geechee people? The Gullah are descendants of enslaved Africans. They are farmers. They are sea people. They are protective of the land and culture. And this is just some picture of some pictures I took from the internet to give you a visual of the Gullah. In October of 2006, the United States Congress designated the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. And that corridor extends from, I want to use that's not right. I want to go back and use, no, not yet. I wanted to use the light to shine. Well, I'll just point to it. The Gullah Geechee Corridor extends from Jacksonville, North Carolina, all the way down to Jacksonville, Florida, and 100 miles inland. So it covers 4 states. Oh, okay. It covers 4 states: North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia. But it's particularly strong in South Carolina, on the coast. They maintain their language because the enslaved Africans, West Africans, were on the sea islands. So they were isolated most of their time and by themselves. So even today, in 2023, they still maintain their language. Sometimes I can understand some words that they use because I heard my grandmother use some of those words, but it's a strong, distinct language among the Gullah. And so I'm going to show you a video that gives you an overview of the Gullah, and then I'm going to talk about how this work, Culturally Sustaining STEM, CSSTEM, is grounded within Gullah Geechee culture. All right, now I'm ready for the video.
Gullah means that you are a descendant of West Africans who were enslaved here in the Sea Islands, going all the way up from North Carolina all the way down to Florida, but primarily in our South Carolina Sea Islands.
They were brought from the coast of West Africa to the Low Country and enslaved in order to do the labor of the plantations that helped to build America.
the blending of all of those cultures that came together during the transatlantic slave trade and gave birth to this culture called Gullah.
Gullah is the most authentic African culture in America. We think Gullah came from the word Gola. The Gola tribe were rice-growing people in West Africa, and they were brought over to develop rice fields.
One of the major reasons why we were selected from the west coast of Africa, especially those rice-producing countries like Sierra Leone, Senegal, Gambia, Angola, rice states, was because of our expertise in rice cultivation. We came here with specialized skills, and so we were assigned specific tasks, and we completed those tasks, let's say by noon, then we had the rest of the day, quote unquote, as free time.
They were pretty much left alone certain times of the year, and so they were able to really practice the African way of life. And so it has sustained itself over the last 100, 150 years.
And so that's why you still see Gullah so prevalent in these areas as opposed to maybe in the upper state or other parts of the country. Negro spirituals are really pure West African terms. And if you went back to the coast of West Africa, you'll hear those blue notes and you'll hear that sound, which was the basis for our American music, jazz, blues, spirituals, and gospel.
It's the music of the ancestors, and in singing these spirituals, you feel their spirit. It's the music that belongs to us. So it's important that in singing these songs that we remember them. I done done what you told me to do. I done done what you told me to do. I done done what you told me to do. I done done what you told me to do. I done done what you told me to do.
The spirituality of the Gullah people is first and foremost. And family is another aspect that is so very important to the Gullah people. Spirituality, family, food, music, and the language.
Really what the Gullah Geechee language is an English-based Creole language. We can just drop one letter from a word and just change the sound altogether. We would probably say, oh, we out here in the yard, okay? We wouldn't say that. We said, we're there in the yard. And you really have to know the language to know what we're saying. And that what really made us ashamed of it, because people say it was broken English that we were speaking. But we were just communicating. I mean, we were talking. It was our language. And what people don't have a language.
Historically, art has defined the culture. So you take the ingeniousness of people from West Africa and other parts of Africa that brought with them their talents. And when you look at the various architectural design, landscape design, the art of food, cuisine, the art of fabric, the art of architecture, everything imaginable is framed within the context of art. And that takes people. And most of the people were from West Africa.
I sold the sweetgrass basket. It's an art form that was brought from Sierra Leone, West Africa, and it has survived for at least 300 to 400 years. And it was on the plantation where they needed the basket for utility, for cleaning the rice and toting fruits and vegetables out of the fields. So the basket has a lot of history behind it. It's not just an ordinary basket, but it's very cultural, it's very important, it's very unique to the Gullah culture. And just anybody can't do a basket, at least not the Gullah sweetgrass basket. This basket has to be taught from a relative or someone in that community.
Most Gullah people have certain things that they do. For example, our food ways. I think food is one of our strongest traditions that we still hold.
Gullah Geechee food is very, very seasonal, very farm fresh, lots of seafood, shrimp, crabs. So, we live right here on the water. Food brings back memories, food brings back your spiritual memory of being it. It also keeps that balance between modernization and the past.
This culture is part of your culture. You cannot have the complete story of American history without South Carolina history. You cannot have South Carolina history without Gullah history.
I'm gonna clap my hands, cause I want to. I'm gonna clap my hands, cause I can. I'm gonna clap my hands, cause I want to. I'm gonna clap my hands, because I can.
I'm going to share a few titles of some books about the Gullah. There are lots of books written about the Gullah people, including children's books. This book, The Gullahs of South Carolina, talks about how sharing the Gullah story, but they're talking about how their threats to their culture, vanishing culture because of land development and because of flooding. My trip to St. Helena Island. St. Helena Island is an island off the coast off of Charleston down south in our state, and this particular book is a family-friendly book that briefly introduces the St. Helena Island by C.M. White. Growing Up Gullah in the Low Country. This is a bright, colorful, and informative children's book about the Gullah culture and how it's derived from West African slave descendants. There are a group of Gullah people who took a trip to West Africa several years ago, and you can find their story on YouTube. They actually met some of their cousins from way back in West Africa. You just heard on the video spiritual songs by the group that was singing and talking about how those spiritual songs are part of the culture and from West Africa. So that's what this book is describing. Sea Island Roots is a collection of articles and personal reminiscence about appreciative survey of the life and culture of the Gullah people. This book, titled The Gullah, A History and Legacy of the African American Ethnic Group in the American Southwest, also examines the origins of the Gullah people, the culture, and the history. And this book is a personal story of a woman in her journey as a homemaker, and spiritual inspirations in the lives of the Gullah. So, before I share a little bit about getting to our work, if you were to Google Gullah Geechee people right now, you would find a lot about sweetgrass basket weaving, which is an important economic. It's important economically. We go to Charleston occasionally, and you can see people actually weaving sweetgrass baskets, and they sell them at the market. The market in Charleston was the market actually where enslaved Africans were dropped off in Charleston, South Carolina. And that's an important aspect of the Gullah culture. They mentioned the food in the video. That's important. They mentioned the songs. All of these, the art. All of this is important. But what I want to share with you and want you to understand is that in South Carolina, rice plantations were rampant, particularly along the coast. And it was enslaved Africans who worked those rice plantations. And when slavery was the law of the land, enslaved Africans were responsible for South Carolina being rich. Not only South Carolina, but the whole United States. In fact, rice was the primary crop in South Carolina, and it was shipped all over the country in some parts of the world. And as the woman said in the video, Africans were brought here and enslaved, brought to the United States and enslaved because of the skills and the knowledge that they had, not because they didn't come to the United States and then learn scientific or technology skills. They had those skills when they came, which is why they were enslaved. So what we were trying to do in our project, the CS STEM work, is help pre-adolescent, adolescent students understand, particularly adolescents in the Gullah community, understand what their ancestors contributed to the economy and to the culture and to society because of the knowledge and the skills that they had with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So that's what our work was about. And Regina, Jamel, and I came up with a definition for CS STEM. What is it? It's three-dimensional learning where students acquire interdisciplinary knowledge. And what we mean by three-dimensional learning, it comes from the Next Generation Science Standards. It includes the practices that engineers, that scientists use when they're investigating and building models and theories. It includes cross-cutting ideas across all domains of science. And it includes disciplinary core concepts and ideas that can be implemented in curriculum from kindergarten all the way through secondary school, and also used for instruction and assessment. So that's what we mean by three-dimensional learning. And we also wanted students to be able to learn using multiple text, multimodality. Multimodality refers to producing meaning. Everything that we use that sensory and to communicate. That could be music, it could be images, it could be pictures, it could be sound, it could be color, everything that sensory and modes that we use to communicate. And then last but not least, we wanted the students to be able to think about how to promote and preserve cultural assets, the historical knowledge, and the community resources that's within their own community. So why were we focusing on culturally sustaining STEM? We wanted to support the pre-service and in-service teachers that we worked with and help them to develop STEM pedagogy. We wanted to develop and enhance the adolescent learners' knowledge of the historical and current STEM practices in their Gullah Geechee community. And then last but not least, we wanted to invite conversations that would critique who gets to participate in STEM practices and careers. If you think about, at least in the United States, a lot of time STEM tends to focus on white males. No other people seems to be able, at least that's the perception, that no other people participate in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And also that it's not culturally embedded. And so we wanted to critique, as part of our work, we wanted to kind of flip the narrative on that because we know that that's not the case. There are a lot of STEM practitioners in the Gullah Geechee community, and I'll share more about that with you in just a minute. Last but not least, we use a community-based participatory research model to do this work. And this PR model is a collaboration between people in the community, other agencies, non-government agencies, community members, anyone that is within a community that would like to participate. It's the model that we use. Our research goals were to design a rigorous and informal pathway that prepared pre- and in-service teachers to create and enact a culturally sustaining curriculum. We wanted to develop and enhance students' knowledge of history and current STEM practices, and then invite and critique the challenges and participation of who participates in STEM careers and scholarship. This work was funded by the National Science Foundation by 2 programs, iTest, which stands for Innovative Technology Experiences for Students and Teachers, and then ASOL, which is Advancing Informal Science Learning. So we had a grant to do this work. Okay, next I'm going to give you an overview of teachers' professional learning experiences. Before we go there, we're going to do another turn and talk, another exercise. And I'd like you to think about the community assets within your own community and how that might be used to provide professional learning experiences for teachers outside of the classroom, outside of the academy. So again, we're going to use the pad, but you've had some practice now.
这是要大家想一想的哈，就是在你的社群里头哈，社区里头有哪一些资产哈，它是你觉得那个是属于你的社区的资产哦，像他刚刚有分享了一些这个社群它的一些资源。
那特别他强调是有助于教师专业发展的社区资源啊，那一样请你们扫描那个 QR code， 对，然后接下来把你想到的你们有助于老师专业发展的社区资源把它写在 text， 然后应该也是有一个 plus 对吧？啊，那你可以按下去吗？你这边可以按下去。
不一定要跟那个教师专业社群有关系。
It's not necessary to teachers development.
It's just about the community asset, right?
Yeah, just about community assets. What community assets do you think would be beneficial to providing professional experiences for teachers in helping them understand the community and creating curriculum?
Okay. Yeah. 所以是在你的社区里头的那个资产呢，是可以帮助你发展课程的哦，就是它可以放进你的课程里头，然后发展是属于你那个社区的学生的课程。
对，就是你必须先了解你的社区特色嘛，对不对？所以你社区应该有一些资源协助你去了解社区，然后进而去发展出课程。这样有没有清楚了？OK， 好，那就请你们扫描 QR code 哈，然后就把
你们可以跟旁边的讨论一下，然后就写一下哈。好，用英文当然更好，因为这样子Dr. Felice 就可以了解你是谁，好不好？好，那5 minutes or 1 minute？
About 5 minutes.
5 minutes. OK， 好，那你们就5分钟讨论一下哈。大家可以想一下，因为他刚刚举的就是那个 Gallant People 他们的资源，可能就是跟农业啊，或者是跟他们会有一些编织的技能是有关系的。那大家可以想想，就是在你们学生的这个社区里头，他可能有什么样的文化资源，有什么样的资源是可以让你用在你的课程的发展上面。
Time went by fast. There may have been a little translation issue, but I think this is fine. I see. Can you still? I see museum. I see farm, fort. I saw a temple. Oral histories from families. Indigenous language resources. Juan, is there detail? No. indigenous language resources?
Yeah.
Can you ask the person who said that?
OK。
What were they
谁
thinking?
是回答那个原住民的语言的？可以多讲一些吗？ Can you say more about the indigenous language? 哎，旁边有麦克风是不是？
Good evening. I know the cultures in the national peoples, the cultures using in teaching. The first one is about the food, and the food the name is Macau, and this is the food like rice dumpling, and it covers the rice and like the cake, and I use these methods to teach the students about their culture. Another one is about the fish. The fish method is malagao, and the next method is teach the student how to fish and use the this method to protect our earth, and that's because the recycling and the first time and use a little drop, then the bigger one, and then use the water and under the waters, and that's because the other one you they coat the little fish, and then the second is the bigger one than the bigger, and I use this method to teach their students and talk and express their culture. That's all.
I think she explained a special technique for indigenous people to do fishing.
Okay.
And it's right, and it's sustaining. It's like they will catch big fish, but let the small fish go, right?
Okay. All right. I think I get it. So the idea is that this could be a resource and asset for helping teachers to understand an indigenous community's practice for fishing. Right? Okay. Thank you. Very good. Very good. These are all good examples. In fact, in our work, we did use some of the examples that I'm going to some of the assets and resources that you brought up that I will explain in the next slide. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through this slide and tell you about the different ways or different resources and the different assets that we use in our work to help teachers develop a STEM pedagogy for a summer institute that we ran with fifth and sixth grade students year one, and then year two we scaled up from all the way from fifth grade through eighth grade. So remember I said that Regina Jamel and I were able to get funding from the National Science Foundation to do this work. So one thing that we did, professional training, we had them get Apple certification. And the purpose of that, with the grant, we were able to buy iPads so that the students that we worked with could use the iPads for as part of the technology in their learning about culturally sustaining STEM, and we were focusing on the Gullah Geechee community. Also, my focus, as I mentioned, is on teacher education, but also literacy. I do have some expertise in helping teachers understand how multiple text and multimodality are concepts and resources that can be used to help students make meaning of different concepts. My co-PIs worked on, Jamel helped us with the community-based participatory research model, and Regina was responsible for providing different resources to build the curriculum. We had a project team orientation in person, on site, a full day excursion in Georgetown, South Carolina, which is in South Carolina, south in the state. And also, that is where a lot of rice plantations were. I think about 132 rice plantations were in Georgetown back in the 1800s. And we also met with community leaders to get a feel for culture and the landscape in Georgetown. The teachers and the project team members constructed in this community orientation a 27-gallon aquaponics unit, and that was done under the direction of one of our consultants, Dr. Lance Beecher, who is a professor at Clemson University, which is one of our rivals at the University of South Carolina. When we submitted the grant proposal, we did not envision a pandemic. We submitted our proposal in, I think it was November of 2019, and then you know what happened in the March of 2020. Everything shut down. So when we submitted the proposal, we had envisioned recruiting, working with schools to recruit students to be a part of our summer camp so that we could teach the curriculum that we were building. However, because of the pandemic, we had to pivot. And so when we pivoted, we had to do asynchronous and synchronous curriculum building, meetings, and so forth virtually because of the pandemic. So we had asynchronous sessions where the teachers would work on modules that we built. And we also had synchronous sessions with Gullah Geechee community members. I think we had about 12 or 13 synchronous sessions where members of the Gullah community would teach our pre-service and in-service teachers about their careers and what they did. So, for example, we had artists. We had a master gardener. We also had a NASA engineer. We had musicians. We had civil engineers across the gamut. It was wonderful to have the expertise of the Gullah Geechee communities to share their knowledge and their skills and understanding about the work that they do to help the teachers understand more about building a STEM pedagogy. So those 12 synchronous Zoom sessions were with the Gullah Geechee community consultants that helped us provided their expertise, knowledge, and skills. So this is a list of some of the organizations that we formed partnerships with. I have the Village Group highlighted because the Village Group was key to helping us recruit pre-adolescents and adolescents to do this work. The Village Group is a non-government organization in Georgetown, South Carolina, and they have existed for about close to 25 years now. They're coming up on their 25th anniversary. They are a community organization that provides services for students from all the way up through 18, I believe, 12 months a year. Each summer they have a summer camp that is about 8 weeks. And so we partnered with the Village Group because of the pandemic to recruit students to be a part of our CSSTEM Institute. I think the first summer that we had the Institute was the summer of 21, and we were able to recruit, I think, about 26 students to be a part of the CSSTEM Institute. We had the 5th and 6th graders had to apply to be a part of this work. We read their applications, and we were able to get, we call scholars, about 26 5th and 6th grade scholars to be a part of the Summer Institute. But the Village Group, what I'd like to express is that the Village Group was key to helping us recruit students to be a part of this work. We had 20 Gullah Geechee community members and consultants. We work with the Gullah Preservation Society of Georgetown. Georgetown has a rice museum that gives the history of the rice plantations in Georgetown. Brook Green Gardens is a botanical gardens. They also have one of our consultants, an artist. Husband works at Brook Green Gardens. He did an orientation with the kids. So these were tours that we actually, field trips that we actually took with the students. The Low Country boat tours, I still don't know how to use this. Oh, okay. Thank you. The Low Country boat tours was a tour that we took the pre-adolescent, adolescent students on, that gave them a first-hand look at some of where the rice plantations were located. They talked about how, over 100 years ago, how the land was dense and how, they were able to, I'll get this right in a second. Give me a minute. What the enslaved Africans had to do to clear land in order to prepare it to plant rice. Hasty Point Plantation, interesting enough, that's where we stayed. Hasty Point Plantation was purchased by the state. It is now a wildlife reserve, but it was once a rice plantation. But they have buildings on where people can rent it or reserve it for different events. The Carolina Reinvestment Garden. This is a garden also in Georgetown where it's a volunteer garden. So the community members plant food and people can go there and get food for free. And it's completely voluntary, and it runs, during the planting and harvest season. The Belle W. Baruch Institute for Marine and Coastal Sciences is connected to our university, the University of South Carolina. We worked with people there, staff there, to provide tours for the students so that they could learn about the coastal areas of South Carolina. And then we worked with another university in recruiting pre-service teachers for year 2. and of course we did Apple. So this is just an example of who we partnered with for this work. That's just some pictures from the places that I just talked about. I should have shown those as well. Okay, how are we doing with time? The time to take a break? It's 2:30. Should we take a break? Okay. 10 minutes.
好，让我们用热烈的掌声谢谢 Dr. Fernese Boyd 精彩的演讲。好，也让我们用热烈的掌声谢谢主持人的辛敬平主任。Thank you very much, Dr. Fernese Boyd and Director Xin. 现在是休息时间。接下来是中场休息时间10分钟，会议厅外左右侧皆有洗手间，并请各位来宾记得于2点50准时回到会场，继续下半场的精彩的演讲。谢谢。Now we have a 10-minute break. Please come back at 2:50. We will resume the conference by then. Thank you.
等一下记得回来哦，哈，是继续的 ，OK， 只是中间休息10分钟而已哈。
位与会嘉宾大家好，演讲即将开始，请与会嘉宾尽速就座。再次提醒您，手册第44页有留言板的 QR code， 请大家欢迎踊跃发问，谢谢。The speech will begin in 1 minute. 演讲即将开始，请与会来宾尽速就座，谢谢。The speech is about to start. 演讲即将开始，让我们再次用热烈的掌声欢迎 Dr. Denise Boyd 继续下半场的演讲。
Thank you. 谢谢。So now we are going to move to the curriculum. And I'm going to have you do another exercise after I explain a couple of things. So because this work was done within a specific community, now that you know it was the Gullah Geechee community, we wanted the curriculum to have some context have a historical context of the Gullah people. So my colleagues and I decided to focus on aquaponics. You probably didn't know that is a system where plants and fish grow together in the same environment. The waste from the fish is used to for nutrients for the plants. So it's a cycle and it's a sustainable system. And that was one of the things that we wanted our, oh, okay.
Okay, right. 大家有知道，就是刚刚讲的这个 aquaponics 是那个鱼菜共生的这样子的概念哈。
So the cycle of aquaponics is a sustainable system for food production. And one of the things that we wanted the students, our scholars to understand is STEM sustainability and sustainability within the environment of their Gullah community. Because remember, I said earlier that even though the Gullah culture has survived for about 150 years, there are threats, particularly to the land, because of developers coming in, because of climate change, because of all the things that we understand that might be a threat to culture and land. So we developed the aquaponics curriculum for the year one, which was the summer of 2021 when we had the Summer Institute. There were 7 days of in-person and virtual synchronous sessions, and the curriculum design focused on the Big Ideas framework. And these are the questions that we wanted the pre-service teachers to consider as they developed their lessons for the 5th and 6th grade students. What are Gullah Geechee people? Who are Gullah Geechee people? What is Gullah Geechee culture? What are historical and current Gullah Geechee practices? What is STEM? What is aquaponics? What is cultural preservation? What is sustainability, particularly environmental sustainability? And how do we innovate practices while still maintaining cultural integrity?
所以他现在就是要讲的就是这个鱼电共生的鱼菜共生的那个课程哈，所以他们在发展这个课程的时候会问一些问题哈，那像是因为这个课程就是要跟那个Garland 的那个 culture 是要有相关的嘛，然后又要有 STEM 的 practices， 所以他问的问题呢就会是这个Garland Geechee的 culture 是什么哈，然后有哪一些这个族群的实作呢，可能是跟 STEM 是有关系的哈，然后什么是鱼菜共生哈，然后这一个课程呢，是不是又能够跟这个文化的保存是相结合的哈？然后因为这个课程又跟那个 sustainability 是永续的发展是有关系的哈，所以他们也同时也考虑了这个问题哈。然后有什么样的创新的实作呢？是可以同时让他们是维持这个 Garland Geechee 的文化。
Okay, if you remember earlier, I said for year 2, we expanded our the grade levels or the students that we worked with. So we had we added 7th and 8th graders. So the 7th and 8th graders worked on a flood resilience curriculum, and this was what was developed for the summer of 22. It's a year ago. Again, there were 7 in-person sessions, and the curriculum design focused on the big ideas and the 5 E's framework with South Carolina college and career readiness, science, and UNESCO learning objectives. And the questions that we wanted the teachers to think about as they designed the curriculum was, what is the 1,000-year flood? What causes flooding? What Gullah communities are most vulnerable in regard to flooding? And what can we do about flooding?
And I think it's because of the geographic feature in South Carolina. It's lower area, right?
Yeah, it's particularly in South Carolina. The state is divided into 3 areas. There's the upstate area that we call the upstate. So that's closer to North Carolina and Tennessee. And then there's the Midlands, where Dr. Cornblath and I live. That's in the actually Columbia is right in the middle of the state. Columbia is the capital, and then the lower part is called the low country, and that's where a lot of flooding happens.
所以有另外一个课程哈，就是跟那个水灾哈是有关系的哈。那刚刚就是有稍微解释一下，就是在 South Carolina 分成3个部分哈，然后越北边它是比较高的地方哈，然后在他们的比较靠近南边是比较低的地方，所以会很容易有这个水灾哈，所以这是为什么会有这个课程哈。所以在这个课程里头，他会去讲到什么是1000年的水灾哈，然后怎么样会造成水灾，然后这个Garland 的这个社群呢，他们是通常是对于这个水灾是很 vulnerable， 就是说很容易受到水灾的这个伤害哈，因为他们居住的地区是比较低的地方哈。然后我们针对这个水灾，我们可以做什么哈？所以这个课程是有关于这个。
And I forgot to mention, I didn't put all of the partners on the few slides earlier, but for this year 2, when we added the 7th and 8th grade and the flood curriculum, the students, the 7th and 8th graders, did go on tours around the community to do take water samples of I forget the name of the river, but we did some of that work, that field work with the students before actually teach as part of the teaching of the curriculum. Yeah, to test. They did some water testing. Yeah, for the pollution. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
就是在做这个课程之前，也有带学生就实地到那个这个场域哈，去做那个水质的测试哈。
One other thing, they also had a virtual map. The acronym is NOAA. I can't think of what that stands for right now, but the students could actually look on that map to tell about the potential for flooding in their community. Yeah, it's NOAA. I think it's on the curriculum. It's on the curriculum that they're
所
going
以
to see.
在那个课程里头，同时也有一个地图呢，是标示哪些地区是容易有水灾的。
Thank you. So here's the next activity that we're going to do. I have a lesson curriculum template for the aquaponics and one for the flood. I also have a document that our community, our consultants, Gullah Geechee consultants, use to determine if the culture, it was included, the historical aspects of the Gullah Geechee culture was included in the curriculum. So one person is going to get a flood resilience curriculum. One will get a aquaponics curriculum, and I would like you to use these questions to determine if the curriculum includes the aspects. Should you read them in
Let me explain the activity.
Okay.
我解释一下哈，就是等一下要大家做的一个活动哈，就是大家手边有那个拿到纸本的文件嘛哈，然后有一些人应该是拿到那个鱼菜共生的那个课程，然后有些人是拿到那个水灾的课程哈，还是2份都各一。好，那你拿到鱼菜共生的请举手。
aquaponics 那是鱼电共生的哈。你拿到的请，this is about aquaponics.
Yes.
This is one. 横的这一个，你拿到这个横的这个是鱼菜共生的，请举手。好，那你拿到另外一个直的哈，有紫色的字的，这个是 flood 的那个课程的，请举手。其他人还搞不清楚，还是没有拿到？还有吗？还有 extra 的可以给他们吗？那就是好像中间这边都没有，几乎都没有拿到，发给他们一下这样子。一个人只会有一份哈，没有共同的，就是你不是拿到鱼菜共生，就是拿到那个 flood 的这个课程，就是刚刚介绍的2个课程。好，那如果你拿到的这个课程哈，就是其实你刚刚Dr. Boyd 已经有稍微解释一下这2个课程的内容是什么哈。那你现在就是根据手上的资料，还有你刚刚听到的那个这2个课程的内容哈，然后你去看一下这个课程里面有没有符合这6个问题。好，第一个问题是You want to read the question?
Yeah, I can read it. Okay. How does the curriculum incorporate a perspective that is different from your conventional lesson in school curriculum? And I changed that question up a little bit because if you remember, earlier I said that at least in the United States, when you think of STEM, it's typically believed that only white males are STEM, only work in STEM, in STEM careers. So the question has been changed a little just to help you think about what you've seen as far as a science curriculum is concerned, and does this include a different perspective?
对 ，the make point。所以在那个通常在 STEM 课程里头哈，在美国的状况，它都会是以男性的那个观点来看这个 STEM 课程哈。所以他就是请大家先想一个第一个问题，就是他现在他们设计的发展这2个课程哈，他有没有去包含的那个观点是不是是除了主流的那个课程里头所蕴含的观点之外，有其他的观点包含是在这2个课程里头哈。
How does the curriculum explore, honor, extend, and critique historical knowledge, cultural assets, and community resources? And when I say critique, I'm thinking about the strengths and the weaknesses, the advantages and the disadvantages.
好，那如果它有包含了一个比较跟主流不一样的观点的话，那它的这个课程呢是怎么样去探索哈，然后或者去重视啊，或者是去扩展，或者是 critique 就是去批判好这个社区它所拥有的这个资源或者是观点啊，它怎么样去在课程里面怎么样做到这件事情。
The next one may be a little difficult because I don't have the SEPs, but it says, how are students learning being assessed through science and engineering practices?
然后第3个问题，因为它既然是一个 STEM 课程哈，所以除了这些社区的文化的资源之外，他们可以学习之外，在这个课程里头，学生他的那个science and engineering practices 就是科学跟工程的实作哈，是怎么样被评量的？好，有没有这课程里面有没有被评量他们的这个科学跟工程的实作哈，就是主流的这个 STEM 的能力。
How is technology used to enhance and assess learning? So, for example, I mentioned that we used iPads. We had an app seek app that students could open and put toward a plant and get the name of a plant. So just look for things that promotes the use of technology for learning.
所以第4个就是要看这个课程它怎么样去使用科技哈，就是在这个课程里头，科技也是一个很重要的元素哈。所以他刚举例就是在这课程里头，其实他们就有用那个 iPad 去查，就是他们的那个植物跟他们要去观察到的植物的相关的知识，是可以用科技让学生去学习，或者是让学生去帮助学生的学习哈，使用科技。
How are multiple text and multimodality implemented to enhance learning? So do you see examples of videos being used, pictures, images?
然后因为刚刚的这个课程就是有2个重点嘛，一个是那个 literacy， 一个是 STEM 哈。所以在 literacy 方面，他们就是强调要用 multiple 的 text 跟 modality， 就是多元的文本啊，或者是多形式的这个表征的方式，好像可能是影像啊、影片啊，好，或者是其他的这种多元的表征哈，去 enhance 就是让学生的有更丰富的学习。
And lastly, how does the curriculum incorporate three-dimensional learning? Practices that scientists use to investigate, cross-cutting ideas, disciplinary core ideas that might be used for instruction and assessment. Practices that scientists use to investigate, cross-cutting ideas that could be applied to any domain in science, and disciplinary core ideas that could be used for instruction and assessment.
好，然后第3个
Let me say it one at a time.
Yeah, so 第3个呢，就是这个课程里面有没有包含就是这个课程发展的这种3个面向的学习哈。第一个是有关于科学家通常他们是怎么样做科学探索的这件事情哈然后第二个是 second is the cutting
ideas that could be applicable to any domains in science, whether it's chemistry or physical science.
应该是说就是比较先进的那个practices， 它可以用在不同的这个学习领域里头。And the third one would be
disciplinary core ideas for instruction and assessment.
第3个就是跨领域的学习哈，跟评量。
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like you to discuss with a partner. It's a jigsaw. So if you're sitting beside a person with the same lesson, that's fine. But if you're sitting beside someone who has, one person has the aquaponics and the other person has the flood resilience, then you can discuss across. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay.
好，那就是看你拿到的是哪一个课程啊，你就是跟你旁边的人哈，如果你旁边的人跟你是不一样的，你们就是同时讨论这2个课程，然后针对刚刚的这6个面向去看一下这个课程有没有符合这6个面向所要求要达到的目标。那我们就讨论一下5分钟哈。 那因为刚刚列出来的那个问题蛮多的嘛，哈，就是有6题。那大家等一下就是可以选其中一题哈，你就是觉得你想要深入讨论其中某一个面向的话，你就把你们的那个讨论的结果哈，就是 post 在刚刚的这个连结上面哈。我们差不多5分钟了哈，那大家好像还没有有放有啊。 还有人要想要再多写一些吗？还有没有人可以继续回应？需要那个 QR code 吗？啊，还有人医生。
Okay, let's see, we have, good afternoon. Presenting digital project and showing maps enhanced technology. So, you did see an example of how technology was being used in the curriculum. I just want to discuss about the interdisciplinary knowledge is that this method teaches students how to use the natural method to get the seafood and avoid destroying the environment. Is also I think that's an expression of the three-dimensional learning. The lesson on Tuesday morning, the teacher brings kids to find the definition of traditional cultural consciousness. They just read the Gullah Geechee books, so that was in helping the students understand their who they are, who their people are, and first-hand experience, science and technology. Thank you. Thank you. So now I'm going to turn your attention to what my colleagues and I have learned from participating in this work. Our grant has ended. It ended June of this year, so about 3 or 4 months ago now. And we are beginning to dig deeper into our data to understand what it is we've learned, and also what other additional questions we have based on the work that we've completed so far. I know I mentioned the village group was instrumental in providing a structure for us to work with the students, and they've just taken what we've done already and ran with it. They purchased some land not far from their current center, that they're going to build another center and start planting community gardens there. So that's one example of the impact that this work has had on a community. But we also had evaluators to work with throughout the 2 years to look at the work that we've done. They conducted 2 visioning sessions where they met with the pre-service teachers, they met with the in-service teachers, they met with some of the consultants, and they had the consultants and the community members, as well as myself and my 2 colleagues. So I'm going to share a little bit with you about what we've learned from those visioning sessions about the project, using those visioning sessions about our work. So there were 3 20-minute sessions convened by the evaluation team, a team of 2 women. And the purpose was to engage conversations and share insights on the engagement experiences, the impact of the project, and what we might do to continue this work and replicate. So here's a sample feedback from the teacher session. We focused on learning about the community partnerships I've mentioned that we stayed at Hasty Point, which was once upon a time a rice plantation, but is now a wildlife refuge. And the challenge was that it was difficult to incorporate culture and history in 1 week. One teacher said that STEM is about technology and innovation, so without the time to show all parts of the aquaponics systems, there wasn't much opportunity for full comprehension. Connecting future to the past was a disconnect. So we were kind of rushed that first year, but I'm happy to report for year 2, all 4 of our pre-service teachers elected to come back and work with the students, with the 5th and 6th grade students again, because they wanted to complete that aquaponics work with their students. So that was a very positive result, I think, of year 2. Impact, sample feedback from the consultant session. Impact on self. The summary was that they see hope in the future, learning about aquaponics being a template and the example as visionary. Changing the narrative with our students was the impact on the students. Many of the 5th and 6th grade students for year 1 had not engaged much about their cultural heritage, of their Gullah Geechee cultural heritage. And so doing this work with them was helping them to see themselves as the possibility of studying science and being scientists, because they come from, they are descendants of scientists. And then impact on the community was the visual impact of students and their families on Front Street in Georgetown. At the end of the first summer, at the end of the Summer Institute, that first summer, we had a celebration. They had the students set up their projects, posters that they made about what they'd learned at the Rice Museum. And that was the first time that had ever been done on Front Street. And one of the community consultants said, to have those young people in that space, meaning the Rice Museum, showing Georgetown what they had learned, using the technology they had available to them, I was so stoked. It was beautiful. And I just want to share some pictures with you about that particular symposium. This is some of our community consultants here. I took all of these pictures, actually. I told you I like photography, right? So I took all of these pictures. And so they were dancing. Their drum was playing. I don't know if I can get that to play. No, it won't. They were dancing, and I actually took a picture of them dancing. But here you see the students are their parents came, community members were walking down the street, they stopped, and they were explaining what they learned during the week from the Institute. What did we learn about sustainability and replicability? We need to pursue funding for longer summer experiences. This was a small grant that we had, and we were able to extend it because of the pandemic. That was one good thing about the work. We were able to extend. We weren't able to get everything done in one summer, 1 year. So we were going to look to pursue funding for longer summer experiences. We needed a project manager. We worked really hard to pull all this together. The 3 of us, my 2 colleagues and I, all have full-time jobs, but we were doing this work as well because we loved it and it's important. expanding into other communities throughout the Gullah Geechee Heritage Corridor. Remember I mentioned when I showed the map that the act that Congress made in October of 2006 to designate the Gullah Geechee Heritage Corridor extends all the way from Jacksonville, North Carolina, down into Jacksonville, Florida. So this was just one Gullah community that we did this work. Imagine if we could expand it to other Gullah communities. And then implementing an academic year component. So my colleagues and I said that we're seeing this as legacy work, not only in spaces where we're educating youth, but we're also transforming how other people in other industries see culture as being important to STEM disciplines and engaging communities as such. And then what is the value for everyone involved, making new connections and gaining new perspectives? Community help with learning, placing value in community, reclaiming community and purpose, and transferability, changing the mindset of children to recognize their agency and different ways to solve problems. And mention informal learning spaces, professional development for teachers, and overall promotion of environmental sustainability, and then being a part of something larger than yourself. The National Science Foundation had funded for about 7 years a STEM for All video showcase. You had to apply and tell them what you wanted to do for a 3-minute video, a 3-minute professional video. And if you applied and was accepted, then you got to your video became a part of their showcase. You can find, I'm going to share it with you in a second, but you can actually find our video on the National Science Foundation's website. The theme for 2022 was Access, Inclusion, and Equity. The showcase featured 267 presenters of federally funded projects on improving STEM and computer science in education. CS STEM our video was among the public choice recognitions, and it was acknowledged among most discussed presentations. This is the video.
Gullah Geechee culture for me is community.
I would say innovation.
Gullah Geechee culture is resilience.
Gullah Geechee culture is Africa. The Culture Sustaining STEM Institute, STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. It is a professional development program that provided in-service and pre-service teachers the opportunity to be embedded in Gullah culture to develop curriculum for 5th and 6th grade students.
I think learning STEM in a cultural context is so important because it takes this abstract idea of what we think science and STEM is, and it makes it less abstract. It allows students to see themselves in those fields, and it ultimately makes it easier to learn and put into practice.
I wasn't able to actually see the impact of it until we enacted our institute over the summer. Through the knowledge that the Gullah Geechee community brought to this country to teach students about sustainability and first laying the foundation of teaching them that they are Gullah, that they were able to see themselves in the STEM practices that we were teaching them. Once they were able to make that connection, their investment and their engagement just skyrocketed.
So I think that we innovate practices by serving as a conduit, which is one of the reasons why I think the work that we're doing is so important. And that's because we're providing a pipeline.
The innovation is important. I think technology comes into play with that, but I think first of all, understanding the historical context is the first step in thinking about things from a different lens and from a different perspective.
it is important to always have diverse perspectives in space, not only culturally, but in terms of layperson to practitioners, to the number of years of experiences that one may have in their particular field. All of those perspectives are really important in creating curriculum.
So I think moving forward, one of the things that will be one of the first things that I do is to listen more to ensure that I'm incorporating community members' voices in the lessons, the curriculum that
I also see this expanding broader than just the LGBT community. I think there's culturally supported STEM institutes highlighting and uplifting all communities that might be underrepresented.
I've never seen myself as a scientist. I've never seen myself in STEM, and now I do. Now I'm working to break down that imposter syndrome and seeing myself in these roles. So anybody can participate in STEM, anybody can participate in science, and you have to actively work to make sure that you younger students know they can participate in STEM and science.
Sorry, I wasn't very loud, but it's on NSF's website, so you can find it if you'd like to care to listen to it again. Recommendations. I mentioned we want to pursue opportunities to work with community members to reclaim and honor their contributions to STEM practitioners. I can't tell you how transformational it's been for me to actually work with people from a particular community to design curriculum. Our curriculum was designed from the bottom up. Typically in schools, at least in the United States, curriculum comes from the top down. And teachers, community members, pre-service teachers, the in-service teachers who were mentors to the pre-service teachers, everyone had a voice in designing that curriculum. We want to design curricula so that students see themselves in STEM. That is one reason we worked with the Gullah community. Jamel and Regina are Gullah, and we want them to understand that students come from a legacy of STEM practitioners so that they can see themselves possibly participating in STEM. I don't know about Taiwan, but it's a shortage of people in STEM, particularly underserved and underrepresented people in STEM careers. And empower teachers with opportunity to design curriculum and teach based on what they learn from interactions with community leaders. So, thank you. I'm done for now. Take some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd, for your wonderful presentation. I learned a lot from your presentation.
Thank you.
So right now it's the time for questions. Anyone want to raise any question? Professor Chen.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd, for the wonderful speech. I have a question. Does your CSDM project fund you to recruit the community consultant for the culture? Because when you want to integrate the cultures to the STEM concept, you need to understand their culture. But I think for some pre-service or in-service teachers, if they will not belong to that group, so they will not be familiar with those cultures. Sometimes we'll have misinterpretation because we use mainstream ways to interpret their culture. So because I encountered one case about that, the teachers don't understand the culture a lot. So he learned the culture from internet, but the internet message may not be correct. Yeah. So how does your project solve that kind of problem? 我用中文稍微讲一下哈。那因为以前有个学生，他其实也很想融入，譬如说原住民文化到他的课程，对，但是他并不属于那个族群，所以当他在诠释这些文化的时候，他只能从网络上找资料，但是有些文化的诠释是错误的，对，所以我才会问教授说，他们的那个 project 有没有钱去让他们找当地文化的一个专家来做一个那个 consultant？ 好，谢谢 ，Thank you。
Okay. Let me see if I understand the question. So you're asking if the pre-service teachers were from the Gullah culture?
Sure, right. Maybe some preschool, some service teachers, they do not belong to the Gullah community. So
right.
How can they learn the Gullah
culture? Okay, yeah, very good. Very good question. The pre-service teachers that we worked with were not from the Gullah culture, and so that was the purpose. In the first step was to do a community tour and meet community members and go to Hasty Point Plantation and do research on the Georgetown community. The synchronous sessions that we had with the Gullah consultants were all from the Gullah community. So what we were trying to do was give the pre-service teachers some embedded experiences within the Gullah community to learn about who the Gullah people are and what their culture entails. In fact, the model that we had the first year, there were 4 pre-service teachers and two veteran teachers that taught in Georgetown community. The 2 veteran teachers were high school science teachers, and they are Gullah but did not identify as Gullah. So they were mentors to the pre-service teachers, help with the designing the lessons from the curriculum, embedded the lessons and so forth. But they would tell you if they were here today that this experience was transformational, and they actually had an identity shift. So I think the work, the various activities, which we're calling professional learning experiences, often was professional development to help the pre-service teachers understand the Gullah culture.
Okay. So I want to make sure that do you pay the community consultant for that? For the consultant?
Yeah, we had funding, and so that's what the funding was used for. In addition to the summer camp, they were paid a stipend.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
They are not just volunteer. They get paid.
They were paid. Yes. Yeah.
So here is a question from the audience. Thanks for doctor's voice, impressive speech for us. We learned a lot of CS STEAM. I have a question about that. We so many curriculums helping students to know the Gullah culture, but how do teachers help kids to build their cultural identity of Gullah teaching?
How do teachers help them
to build their
cultural identity? Yeah.
Through this project.
Yeah. I think I mean sometimes when you have when you're introduced to different resources and assets and community organizations, you kind of have an identity shift. So I think the teachers were able to help the students by, remember I mentioned we did various field trips. So I didn't explain the summer institute, the summer camp, summer institute that we did for 1 week. So the students were in their summer camp all day. In the morning, that week that we did the CSSTEM Institute, in the morning, they were in class. So the pre-service teachers were teaching them about, we started with understanding the Gullah culture, and then in the afternoon, they would do field trips. So one field trip, I mentioned we went on a boat tour that took us on the PD River where a lot of the former rice plantations were. Tuesday, for example, the lesson may have been another lesson on the Gullah culture and then merged into aquaponics. And then Tuesday afternoon, we went to Brook Green Gardens. So there were each day in the summer camp, morning was spent in the classroom on a topic, and then in the afternoon, there was a field experience. Students were required to take the iPads with them, take pictures. They could take notes on the iPads. They could do some recordings, video recordings of the lectures that they were getting on the field trips. So that was the model that we used during the summer camp.
So through doing all those cultural activities, they will build their cultural identity as being a
Gullah. Yes, right in their own community.
Any other question you want to ask?
右边后面。
有的时候我们在学校进行一些文化课程的时候，就是会有一些小朋友他是对那个文化的东西是表示一种排斥的态度。在这样的情况的话，我们要怎么去引导他去对这个文化课程？
你可以举更那个 specific 是，比如说是 indigenous 或是 Kaka 或是什么样的文化，他会排斥。
就是比如说我们在上一些课语或是闽南的文化的时候，他对那个课程就是不想学习或是排斥的情况，要怎么去？因为好像也不知道怎么去跟他讲，鼓励他多参与或者是什么的，对他效用不大，不知道怎么样去帮助。
Her question is about when the teacher implements some culturally responsive curriculum in Taiwan. In her case, when she implemented curriculum that is related to Hakka or Minam culture in Taiwan, but students show no interest in learning that. So how can the teacher do to motivate to engage students in learning their own culture?
In learning their own culture?
To learn their own culture, because like maybe some students they are from Hakka ethnic group in Taiwan, but they are not interested in learning their own culture, right?
That's a good question. I don't have an answer for. I'm not familiar with the culture that you're talking about. I will say that we probably would find the same thing in the United States. I think what we were trying to do was implement a cultural lens that was different from what students typically hear or see. So, for example, I mentioned early in my talk that if you for example, the Gullah are descendants of enslaved Africans, right? Of enslaved West Africans. If you look up any information, you don't see anything about enslaved Africans having science, technology, engineering, or mathematics skills or knowledge or expertise. You would see that they came to the United States ignorant of any knowledge, and they were trained after they became enslaved. We flip that narrative. That's just not true. They came because of their knowledge and their skills. So I think helping students understand some myths about their culture, and then pulling back the onion skins and uncovering some truths might show some interest in who they are. The teachers, the veteran teachers had an identity shift. They're Gullah. They did not identify as Gullah. But once we got into this work, once we worked with community and consultants, there was a shift. So I think that might be something that you would need to think about. What is it that people don't know about themselves that you want them to learn about themselves and help them understand the contributions and the agency they have as people and as a culture?
I think that there will be the critical things to think about, because children they don't value their own culture. That may be because the mainstream curriculum do not value their own culture. So they think, oh, there's nothing good they can learn from their own culture.
Right. Yeah.
所以老师的Dr. Boyd 的回答就是说，你要让那个学生知道，就是这个文化它的价值在什么地方，它有什么贡献。那以他的那个例子来说，就是可能以前大家会觉得这个 Garland culture 是一个他们就是被奴役的那个时代里头，大家都觉得这些奴隶他们是没有知识的，他们只是来就是在美国社会是比较次等的嘛。那但是你在课程里头应该要让他们知道，就是这些曾经被奴役的黑人，他们其实是拥有一些技能，那他们是有那些技能才会被强迫到美国去工作嘛。那所以你在你的课程里头就要让学生知道，就是他们这些祖先在过去被主流的人被视为是没有知识的人，但是其实是他们是拥有丰富的知识跟技能的。那透过这样子的方式，可能孩子就会，他就刚讲了一个概念，就是那个identity shift，他可能觉得本来自己是这个族群的人是没有什么好骄傲的，他们也不想跟人家讲，但是他透过这个课程，就是老师提供了这样子的学习资源，他慢慢会去认同他自己的这个族群，然后他也会更愿意去学习他们的文化知识这样子。Any other question? I have one question.
Okay.
Myself, because in Taiwan, when we talk about culturally responsive or culturally sustaining, we always think about traditional culture. But in your case, it kind of made me think the culture differently, because like the Afropani, that is not traditional culture. It's like the modern life. How can the modern Garland people deal with the issue or environment, the current situation? So when you talk about the cultural sustaining pedagogy in STEM, it's not just traditional culture.
Right.
It's like the innovative, the current life or current culture, modern culture.
Right. Yes, that's correct. In fact, she's the chief princess of the Gullah nation. Her name is Queen Quet. You can look her up. there's a video, a YouTube video about her working with community organizations and also with the federal government in trying to preserve the land, do land preservation within South Carolina in the area of St. Helena Islands where she lives. And she talks about how developers are always trying to buy land that her family has owned for, I guess, over 100 years. They still live on the land that her great-great-grandfather bought, and her great-great-grandfather was enslaved. So she's been working, trying to preserve the land that her family has owned for generations. And remember, I talked about the threats, and that's some of the threats that the Gullah, and it's not just the Gullah community, it happens in my own rural farm town in North Carolina as well, as developers are coming in and trying to buy up land that has remained in families and doing development, and that's causing some of the environmental issues that we're experiencing.
I think your talk provides a new perspective, not just talk about the traditional culture, but how the people deal with the issues related to the current life.
Yeah.
The living situation.
Yes.
Okay. 还有人有问题吗？ Okay, so
现在颁发感谢状。首先颁发的是 Yes. 现在请主持人颁发给 Dr. Bernice Boyd 感谢状。The certificate is awarded to Dr. Bernice Boyd in appreciation of her amazing speech. Thank you, Dr. Bernice Boyd. Thank you so much.现在颁发的是主持人金敬平主任的感谢状。The certificate is awarded to Director Xi in appreciation of her being the moderator of this speech. Thank you. 让我们再次用热烈的掌声谢谢他们。Thank you. 非常感谢各位嘉宾今日的莅临，让第11届国际学术研讨会能圆满成功。期待明年与您再次相会。This is the end of the day. Thank you all for attending the conference today. Have a nice evening. 如果需要研习条，请先填写问卷。